Hey, my brothers, welcome to the conversation with I Am Part 2. Since popular demand wanted it, we're doing it. And we talk all the time, so it's for us, it's just like recording the conversation, putting it out on YouTube. Fairly easy to produce. What's up, I Am? How are you doing?
I'm good, man. It's always good to talk to you. I love talking to you. I'm not not
Likewise,
not
brother.
not trying to sound like a simp here, but some people. It's like when you're around some people, you can just talk and talk and talk. You don't have to like think of a topic. You can just talk forever. But with other people, you can't do that. Like you have to make an effort to make things flow, and then you eventually cannot be fucked to do that. And you're just like, I don't want to be near this person, and then you just fuck off. Yeah, we don't have the latter problem. We would just talk endlessly,
Yeah, we have matching wavelengths, I would say. Plus,
which
we're
is
interested in the same things. That's a factor.
yeah, yeah. No, I read one of the comments saying someone was saying we had a disagreement once or something, and I was like, they have
We
no
disagree
idea.
all the time.
They have no idea. They, like maybe with you and your friends, if you have one disagreement about one thing, you will never talk again, and now you hate one another. If that was true for us, we would have stopped talking like 5 years ago or some shit. We disagree all the time, but like we have common views. I think when it comes to like women and like being conservative, like socially conservative, we probably have very similar views. I mean, obviously, you're from a different part of the world from me, so your upbringing will be very different from mine. But I think like you don't approve of all the crazy shit that you see going on in Western society, which also, especially within the wealthier upper classes of India, like they even though India has like its own very strong sense of patriotism and Hindu nationalism, also because you speak English, you get exposed to Western bullshit, and that bleeds into your culture, whether you like it or not, especially through the internet and technology and how interconnected everything is now. So I think not so much within your poor probably, and the non-English speaking Indians, but and it's not just in India. It's within the quote unquote educated, because educated does not mean wise, right? But basically, people who have money, who are educated, who live in
Who can consume Western content, basically.
yes, like non-Westerners who speak English and have a certain level of education are exposed to Western bullshit, and then they think, oh well, this is a more developed country, we should copy them. And I remember I said this to you a while ago. I said, if you're going to copy us from approximately 100 to 150 years ago and how we lived then. Don't copy us now, because if you copy us now, you're just copying the decline. We didn't build this shit. We didn't conquer everyone. We didn't succeed. We are the people born way after all that shit. We are the decline generations, Like, we didn't build it. We are just living off the success of it, and it's declining. So if you copy us, you're copying post-success failure, if that makes sense. And that's not a model. That is not a model for building up. It's actually sabotage. If you really
Now
think
that you
about
say
it.
this, I just realized something very interesting.
Mm,
A lot of the degenerate stuff, it when you say, the actual activity in English, it
mm,
makes it flows very well. But when you convert it into like a local language, in a different language that's not English, it
mm.
just doesn't like flow. It's like, the fuck am I saying? For example, well, if you say like fuck lots of bitches, have fun, that's something very easy to say in English, right? It's a very
Mm,
light sentence. But you say that in Hindi, right? Or
mm,
any other language, and suddenly you realize what kind of crazy ass sentence that is, like that you're actually saying something like that. In English, it doesn't actually bother you. The same thing, like there was something called pussy rats in Russia. There were like a bunch of these feminists who were
Oh,
doing.
I think I remember that crazy. They like they protest with like their tits out and like graffiti things, or some crazy thing like that. I think I know
Yeah,
what you're talking
and
about.
an interviewer was asking Putin, what do you think of the pussy rat? And Putin is like, can you say that in Russian? Can you ask me that question in Russian? And
It
the interviewer is like, no, I'm not going to ask you that question in Russian.
sounds ridiculous in Russian. He's like,
Exactly.
I'm not going to do that shit.
But that's a perspective that you cannot have because you only speak one language. That's an interesting thing because we talked about the language thing last time.
Mm,
And, stuff like this is something that you can understand if you speak two languages, but not one language. The
If you're
language
following
psyop,
the rule.
where some things become normal in a language. Like
Mm,
Netflix and chill. Like you convert that in Hindi, and what the fuck are you saying? Like, I would slap the shit out of my son if he said that, but in English, it's a pretty normal thing to say.
I mean, even I think I understand the point you're making. That there are some phrases that sound more cliche and typical and non-offensive in English that just sound absurd when spoken in another language. Though I will say, even in English, if you're saying fuck bitches and get money, there will be a lot of people, there will be like many types of people who will kind of look down on you because they will be thinking to themselves, like, this is a very unsophisticated person. Like if you're hanging around, let's say, for lack of a better term, peasants, right? And you're like, yeah, fuck bitches, get money, they'll be like, whatever. It's not offensive to them, right? But if you're around someone who's, should we say, of a higher intelligence
Classy.
and a higher social class and more sophisticated, and I don't want to say educated, and the reason I don't want to say the reason I'm thinking to say educated is because educated would traditionally mean someone who hasn't just studied more, but is more of a critical thinker and is more mindful. But because education has been adulterated and diluted in its quality, it doesn't mean that anymore, even though it should mean that. So just to riff a little bit off that and elaborate on what I mean, in say, let's say let's say for argument's sake, the 1950s, if you were educated, it would generally mean those things because very few people went to university. I think it was like, I'm probably not going to be 100% accurate with this, so I'm kind of pulling this percentage out of my arse, but not entirely. Basically, it's around 5%. So it's probably not exactly 5%. Like, you can go look it up if you care enough, but around 5% of the population went to university, and they were mostly men as well, not very many women, right? So the standards were very high. It wasn't this like corporate for-profit enterprise where, oh, we would just let any motherfucker in here if they got the money. And we do this is fucking really annoying. We do this in Western countries. We do this in the UK. I know the US does it as well. If you're rich, or you're not rich, but say you're just not poor, and you're from a third world country, and you can afford to send your child to a Western university, we will charge them like triple what we charge our own people for the same shit. And even if they have bad grades or they're not really that smart, but they want the prestige back in their own country of, oh, I studied at this university in England or in America or whatever, we will let them come because they just pay loads of money. They don't, not really clever enough to go there, but then they go there, they get their shitty grade, they go back to their country, and it's like, oh yes, he studied in he went to Yale or some shit or whatever, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, he studied in America, and they all think this guy is amazing, and he's a fucking idiot. Just his family had enough money to send him there, right? And we are corrupt enough that we will take his money and we will give him that place and that position that he doesn't deserve, which, say, 50 years ago, he never would have had, because back then it wasn't about money. It was about intellectual greatness. So nowadays, being university educated means very little because we let too many people in. We let half the population in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's assume, and I know this is another thing we can disagree on about IQ, right? But let's just say for argument's sake, the average IQ don't think about any specific country, just your country, a country, right? Just in society, average IQ is 100. You're letting 50% of each generation attend. you're literally letting average people go into higher education, but higher education is meant to be the floor intellectual level for attending higher education should be one standard deviation above the mean, right? So that would mean
Why?
minimum 115 IQ, minimum.
Why should it be limited to people above a certain IQ level?
Because it's not
Why can't
because
we
it's
let everybody access it?
because they are literally not intelligent enough to understand at a like at a they cannot pass the complexity. It's like saying why should we not make mathematics more accessible to the average person?
See, I
How do you
disagree,
make
and I'll tell you why I disagree. Okay,
mm,
so I studied computer science by myself. I did it
mm,
at home from something called the OSSU, and
mm,
I did a whole bunch of courses from MIT and Harvard and all these universities, right? And these are universities that someone of my IQ level, say, probably could
mm.
not get into. Like I would probably not be able to get into MIT if I tried. Probably, like I haven't had my
Mo-
IQ tested, but probably I would not make it. But then
most
I
people
studied
can't.
mathematics and computer science from MIT's textbook. It was
Mm,
really hard, but like I put in the time. Took me like 6 months, and I solved every problem. Like I literally sat and solved like 1,000 math problems last year, or the year before the last year. Like
mm,
literally 1,000 math problems. I'm not even joking. 1,000 math problems. I have like
mm.
6 or 7 notebooks full of math
What
problems
what
now.
what compels you to engage in this absolute masochistic activity of pursuing?
Well, it's part of my computer science course. What I'm saying is that I could do it. Like,
Mm.
even though I could not get into
But do
MIT,
you
I could
hang
do the
on?
course.
But okay, do you think that you have an average intelligence level, and do you think someone of an average intelligence level of their own accord, with no prestige, with no special paper that's going to make their life better or easier, or their parents can brag, oh, my son went to this university, my son went to MIT, without any of that bullshit? Do you think an average person, for fun or for whatever reason, to challenge themselves or whatever you can come up with, do you think they are going to go and do 1,000 like that in and of itself is outlier behavior? Like most people would not
What
do
I'm
that.
saying is that they can do it if they choose to. And I think that
I
the
disagree. I
option, for
disagree.
example, let's say there's an idiot, like for example, there's like 100 IQ guy, right? And
Yeah,
he wants to study computer science. I
average
think that he
person.
should have the opportunity to do it. Like he shouldn't be restricted from
But
it just because his
why
IQ is
should
low.
why should we give people the opportunity to do something that they see? Your assumption is that because you were able to solve math problems from an institution that would not let you study there via the papers or tests that they put online, because you were able to do that, you're inferring that the average person is also able to engage in
No, what
complexity.
I'm saying is we don't lose anything as a society
We do.
by giving them the opportunity to
We
do
do.
it. For example, if more people were allowed to, learn it, if they
Mm,
can't do it, they can't do it. But if they
right.
can do it and they have the chance to do it, I don't think there's any sense in still limiting university access to the top 5% of society, IQ wise, money wise, or what have you.
Not
I
money
think the
wise,
whole concept
IQ
of
wise.
limited seats is
If
bullshit, right?
you're poor, but for whatever reason you are like like you're some like genetic freak, should we say? So let's say you have really dumb parents, but you're smart, and because your parents are dumb, you are poor, and you get tested, you get educationally tested, you take some studies or whatever, you take some tests, sorry, and you pass them, and you're very good. It's not about social class. It's about it's about allocating mental, like cognitive capital to the right places, irrespective of where it comes from. So if it comes from a place you don't expect it to, if someone comes from a fucking idiot family, but they have a really bright person in the family, that person should be allowed to go to the best places, because it's nothing to do with, oh, how good is their family, how much money. No, it's meritocracy, right? It's to do with what they are capable of. On the inverse, nepotistically allowing people from good families who aren't intelligent enough to go to prestigious institutions because their parents know the right people, or like somebody who like on admissions owes their family a favor, or maybe their father, this happens as well, their father is significantly more intelligent than they are and he went there, so it's like, well, then now the children have to go there as well. That's bullshit, right? And I think I just want to touch on the point where you said you don't think they would admit you to MIT, but you were able to solve MIT problems even though it was hard for you. What you have to remember is MIT isn't just looking for people smart enough to go to university. It's looking for like the top, let's say 0.5% of the population who are smart enough to go to university. So let me put it to you this way. Ideally, to be able to handle university, to be able to solve the problems, to actually understand it, and to engage in a white collar, relatively high complexity profession, you would need an IQ of 115, right? But to go to MIT, you would need an IQ way higher than 115. So being smart enough to go to university and being smart enough to attend MIT are two very different things. It could be because you're basically comparing an elite university that only wants the best smart people to a regular university that will accept you as long as you are smart. And what I'm saying is that universities now will accept you even if you aren't smart enough, because they just see you as a way to make money. They know that you are not good enough. They know you're not smart enough. They know you're going to forget things. They know you're not going to understand certain things. It's too nuanced for you. They know it's beyond you. They don't care. They will waste your time and they will take your money. And that's what I'm against. That's what I'm against. I'm not against people trying to test themselves. If you want to test yourself, test yourself. But I'm obviously I cannot speak within the context of your own country, but higher education is very expensive in the West, and a taxpayer should not have to pay for cognitively unbrilliant people tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to have a little experiment, which really just means get drunk, do drugs, and hook up with the opposite sex in higher education. Basically, be a degenerate and attend some course you're not good enough to do for 4 years of taxpayer money, when we already have as much national debt as we do. I think it's fucking bullshit. And I do think there are certain, like, for example, would you want, say you needed surgery, right, for a very like complex operation, and you knew your doctor was the lowest in his class, and the only reason he got into that class is because he is a minority and he got into that class on affirmative action. So he was allowed in with a much lower grade, and they passed him because of that. And now you have the worst doctor, the worst surgeon in his class operating on you. Obviously, you wouldn't know those things. When you have a doctor or a surgeon, you don't know what their grades are, if they were the highest in their class or anything. But if you did know that, if your life was on the line, would you be so liberal in allowing people who are not as intelligent to attend these institutions and then get jobs in those fields?
I agree with you there. See, you are correct about the fact that the taxpayer should not be paying for all the stuff. What I'm trying to get at is that there shouldn't be like an artificial limitation on the number of seats a particular degree has. And I think the concept of university equal to prestige is also kind of nonsense. I think like in an ideal world, or maybe say in the next 20, 30 years, because of the internet, we will have a system where all of the best educators, right? All of the best teachers, they will make their own course and sell it online. So instead of selling it via university, they'll just put it up on, Gumroad, just for example, or some other platform like Teachable or something. Charge you 300-400 bucks to take their course. If for example, like Gilbert's rank can do that right away. Like no one cares about where you do a math course from. But if I want to learn linear algebra, I want to learn it from Gilbert Strang. So Gilbert Strang can put his course on Gumroad, and people would be happy to pay 500 bucks for it, as opposed to paying thousands of dollars to MIT and then pay Gilbert Strang. So I think that
So you're how it seems you're presenting it to me is that the university is the middleman to the professor, and if you cut out the middleman, which is the university, you can bring costs down, and you can put all the money in the pocket of the guy who's actually teaching you the shit. And in this case, some guy, what's his name, Gilbert Strang?
Gilbert Strang,
Oh,
yes.
Gilbert. Okay.
Gilbert, yes,
Yeah.
Gilbert. So it's
I've
like he's
never
a
heard of
guy.
him.
very good at teaching math, like very good, one of the most famous
Nice.
professors out there. So for example, for a lot of degrees, right, this doesn't
Mm,
make sense, right? Like, for example,
mm,
if you want to become a doctor, then you
mm,
can't do it over the internet. But for a degree in history, or a degree in philosophy, or a degree in accounting, which I actually have, this
mm,
actually works really well. Like, this stuff works really well. A degree in accounting you can get from the internet. You can learn accounting from the net. Same thing
mm,
with computer science. So I can see the value of college being a place where you meet like-minded people and what have you. But I think a cheaper option for the vast majority of the population should just be like getting the same course on the internet. You get a certificate at the end of the course. You combine a bunch of certificate that should equal a degree and what have you. And I think that the whole concept of paying a university a lot of money just to access the course is kind of ridiculous, a little bullshittery,
mm. It's
and should be limited to people who can pay for it. The taxpayer should not be forced to pay for it.
I mean, what does a 4-year degree cost in India? Like, I don't know if it varies by field, but like in
It
general,
depends on where you get it from.
right?
Some colleges might charge you very little, but a 4-year degree in India, in most cases, doesn't actually mean shit. For example,
Mm,
right, if you get a Bachelor of Commerce in
mm.
India, you will struggle to find a job that pays you $200 a month, $200.
Why bother? Just make a website and sell shit to Westerners. You make more money.
Yeah, but the thing is that some degrees will pay you a lot. So if you are in the top end IIT, you might make a lot of money. You might make 100 grand a year, or right after graduating from an IIT. So like I have a friend who actually did that. So it's very variable. India is like, India is like a country where you have 5% really intelligent people, and 95% of people are either really dumb or not very motivated
Mm.
to work hard or study. What I mean to say is
I
that
remember saying this to you before, and I remember saying to you that because you have a very large population, 5% of such a big I don't know how many billions it is now, but it's like Indians are not ethnic minorities on a global level, right? There's very many of you. So 5%, like 5% of a billion is what? 50 million? But you're more than a billion. So you might have like 70, 80 million very smart people, which is like the entire population of the UK and a little bit of France, who are all really smart.
yeah, India is a place where you'll find like really, really smart people, and then there's gonna be like a job posting for a bank that's gonna pay $250 a month, and thousands of people stand in line to get that job posting. So it's a
You
very
know,
variable environment. Lots of smart people, lots of dumb people.
the thing is, being smart is not enough. Like, being smart, obviously, there are problems that come with being smart that you don't have with being kind of dumb. But there are also, like, what's that saying? If you think life is hard, like if you think life's hard, try, like, if you think life's hard being smart, try being dumb, or something like that. What it's saying is if you're like a stupid person, your life's going to be harder than if you're not a stupid person, which I generally agree with. Although I will say there are problems that come with being smart that don't come if you're not smart. So for example, you're not gonna you won't you like an average or dumb person won't really overanalyze things unless they're really neurotic. And if they're really, so I think the worst combination is being very neurotic and not being very smart, because you just
Like a smart woman.
smart. Smart women are torturing themselves. They're just torturing. I'm sorry. It's
Dude,
like
I'm not even
it's
joking. Sometimes, I've dated women when I made like an offhand comment, and then 2 days later, she'll ask me, "What did you exactly mean by that?" And I'm
you
like, "I
know,
forgot what I said. what, do you, what
yeah,
do you
they
ask
do.
me
They
now?"
never, they forget nothing. They like, on July 12th, 2022 at 4:52 p.m. You said this. I'm like, you think I fucking like I literally got over that like 1 hour later, and like I don't even remember that you're still thinking about it. It's crazy. But no, I've known enough high IQ women to know that you can be a fucking retard and be very cognitively brilliant. And I've known enough high IQ women to know that. And if you think high IQ is better than lower IQ, and obviously if you want smart children, you will be more inclined to prefer high IQ women. You don't. Unfortunately, the retarded factor inherent to women does not escape or does not disappear or leave just because she has a high IQ. The only way you ameliorate and minimize the retarded factor is through giving her the most accurate maps of reality, giving her higher resolution reality maps. How do you do that? You make her wiser. How do you do that? Well, you have to unfortunately subject her, or you personally don't have to subject her to it, but she has to be subjected to a certain level of suffering, not grow resentful because of that suffering, analyze it, understand it, and then endeavor to be a good person despite it. And yeah, that's tricky.
One way to shortcut all of that is to find women who are also entrepreneurs, because that typically means that they're wiser. Like, I've noticed that women who are entrepreneurs are far wiser than women who are not. Because if you are a dumbass and you are an entrepreneur, you're gonna lose money. You're gonna stop being an entrepreneur. But if you are not like an idiot, you have this thing where in business, you make a decision, you get results. Like, you can have the feedback loop be very fast, so it kind of breaks up all of those, false or rationalizing thoughts you have, because you can see the results in the real world. What happens is that you have all these people who don't get any real world feedback. For example, you have teachers,
Fucking
women with
people.
jobs, and like people who are like
People
kind
that
of
work in
disconnected
government.
from the results of their actions. That's
People,
where you gotta be very careful.
yeah, they don't get feedback from the market. They can suck and still survive even though they suck. And I don't mean that in a sexual way. I mean that like as in performance. They're not very good, but even though they're not good, they're not penalized for not being good or for being ineffective. And what you're saying is that when you're a businesswoman or you're an entrepreneur or whatever, you're like testing products with the market's going to kick your ass if your marketing sucks or your product sucks or whatever.
No, moreover, I'll give you a very basic example, okay? So there's a guy I know who owns a restaurant, but the person who runs a restaurant is his wife. So his wife runs a
Oh,
restaurant.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this woman is like the most red pill woman I've met. She's like, yo, I'm not gonna let any person like this like this type of like like insert like a controversial community here into my restaurants. These guys never pay, and like,
We're
there's
not
only
gonna let
one way to
we're
learn
not gonna
that.
let those illegal immigrants in this restaurant. They never pay. Fucking horrible people. Terrible. Send them
And
back.
how did she learn that? Like, typically you ask women, women are like the very ultra compassionate types, right? They're like, no, everybody is equal. Not all of them are like this.
Does she have
But
children?
I don't know, man. I just know she runs this restaurant, and and I know her husband, but I haven't actually asked. Like, I haven't known them so well that I know that they have kids or not.
Okay.
But so this chick, the reason she's this red pill, the reason she says shit like this is because she has like experience, like she's been out there in the real world. Maybe she let these guys in, she gave them a good meal, and they left without paying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. You're saying that because they're out there in the world and they're not just protected, they're not sheltered, they're not in a bubble, that instead of having stupid ideas about things, they have a better idea of how things work. I mean, I like on a common sense level, that makes sense. I don't disagree with you on what you're saying. What I will slightly counter with is that a woman like that is more likely to be inelegant and less feminine because she's out in the world, because she's in the public sphere and not just in the private sphere. And do you, as a man, want that kind of woman for your wife? Maybe some men do. I mean, it depends on the man. But what I'm saying is, I think slightly masculinizes a woman, and there are
There's nothing
positive
wrong with
ways.
that. Why is that bad? Like I think
Hang on.
having a woman who's capable, like not too masculine,
Mm.
but you want a woman who's capable, who can handle herself, who doesn't actually constantly need your protection. Like for example, if you go on Twitter, you'll find all these guys. The woman has to be the good damsel, and you gotta tell her this, gotta tell her that. Right? Like fuck that shit. That's like babysitting the woman. You want a woman who can like handle her own business.
The
You
thing
shouldn't have
is,
to constantly tell her do this, do that. She should be able to figure stuff out by herself.
it,
She should be
it,
smart, but also capable and somewhat bold. Not against you, but against the
mm,
world.
thing is, if she can, if you right, if you don't need to babysit her, like, well, okay, how do I put this? You will end up babysitting her regardless. It's not whether you need to babysit her, yes or no. It's more of how often do I have to babysit her. So if she is more capable, you will have to babysit her less, but you will have to babysit her because who is the leader, right? So if babysitting is giving direction, granting, like being like they are less emotionally stable than you, so you have to be there for them and listen to their shit and comfort them and blah blah blah. Right? You will do some babysit. It's not do I babysit or do I not babysit. It's more like how much babysitting is required. So obviously, the most lowest functioning, most fucked up women are like codependent bitches who need you to babysit them all the time. And like they said yesterday, they sent you a mess. They sent you a text. They said, "I love you," and you took like 3 hours to reply because you were working or something. And then like, oh, I feel like you don't care about me. It's creating drama and problems and bullshit, right? And obviously, if you have a woman who's like you're saying, like an entrepreneur, she's out in the world and whatever, she'll be more busy herself and less insecure, and she isn't gonna like create drama because you took a while to send back "I love you too," or maybe you never said "I love you too" back. And so I can't. There is some merit to what you're saying. The only thing I'm trying to say is that a woman who is too exposed, like you do have to protect a woman, right? Like so babysitting. Like, what does babysitting mean? Like, what does it mean? It means like providing emotional stability, guidance, which is leadership, right? So it's protection and instruction. Instruction is guidance and education, and protection is you don't have to deal with that bullshit because I will deal with that bullshit for you. Now, if you don't want to guide her and you don't want to protect her, then you don't want to engage in your duties as a man, right? Which means you can say, oh, I don't want to babysit. So it's like, how are we defining babysitting here? Is babysitting she needs too much all the time because she's super low functioning, or is it just I have to do anything for her at all? Then that's babysitting. Do you see what I'm saying?
I I get what you're saying, and I will agree with you. You don't want a woman who's too exposed to the world, but there is a ideal point somewhere in the middle where
Mm, mm,
you don't want her to be too raw, where she's not able to deal with anything and needs your support for every little thing.
mm.
For
I,
example, right, like if she has like she goes to a restaurant, doesn't like a meal, she should be able to like tell the waiter, give me like a different meal. She shouldn't swallow it like, okay, like okay, fine, I
mm.
hate confrontation, I'll just eat what he gave me. Like, no, like make it again.
I mean, I see in that situation, if she didn't like it, I rather she would tell me that she doesn't like it, and then I will say,
No, let's say
I
she's alone. So she can either like just, eat it, then come home and then like, oh, my day sucked. I had to eat this bad meal. Or she's like, okay, fuck it. Give me a different meal. What the fuck is this bullshit? I ordered a different thing.
thing is, see, I don't want to. I don't want to encourage arrogance and entitlement and narcissism in a woman, but that doesn't mean I think women should just accept being miserable because in this fucking example, they got some bad food they didn't like. I think there should be, like, I think I should be the ugly one. She doesn't have to be the ugly one because if she has to be ugly, why is she with me? Like, she doesn't need me. She can fight for herself. So why am I with her? I'm not saying she should be reliant on me for everything and that she can't do anything and like a damsel in distress or whatever. I'm just saying, like, the most like, you know, if she feels really angry, like, she has to be like, what the fuck is this shit, and, you know, just be crazy and like arrogant because she's disappointed and I didn't ask for this, I wanted this. I don't want her to manifest this behavior towards anybody, because if she's manifesting that towards other people, that is ugly. That is like diminishing her spirit, and also increases the probability when she's dissatisfied with me, she will also behave that way with me because she's used to behaving that way with other people. And I don't want to set a precedent for that, you know. So I would actually rather do that extra work. What would you probably think is babysitting, right? I would rather be the ugly one and be the asshole and say that shit instead of her on her behalf, so she doesn't have to, you know, so she can retain a higher degree of elegance. Maybe that's another thing we disagree on. I don't know, but that's my view on it.
In my experience, right, the alternate thing works really well, where the woman is the one who like argues or tries to get what you want, and you're the calm one. Because the thing is, for example, in most cases, right, as a guy, you're the one who's paying people. For example, if I hire, say, a painter, right, I'm going to be the one who's paying the painter for the painting. And if I start shouting at him, if I get pissed at him, right, I have noticed that the employees, if you get pissed at them, they get really stressed. I mean, like, they get really stressed, and they're not able to work properly after that. But if the woman gets pissed at them, like, they listen, but then you can calm them down. You can be like the good guy, and she can be the
Because she
bad
can't
guy.
kill them. She can't,
Yep.
like, she's less threatening.
No,
She can't kill
thing is
them.
that
She's like
people kind of expect
5'2".
that from women. They expect to be shouted at a little bit. Like, that's the
They're
boss's
like,
wife. They got
who's
to please the woman. They got to make her happy. So they
what's
put an
this
extra effort into her
unreasonable
work.
what's this unreasonable, unthreatening small creature that's unhappy with me and making demands of me? Oh, okay. The person who can't kill me, who's being nasty to me, wants me to do this instead of that. So, of course it's different. You're like, dude, you're like 6 foot or some shit, which is quite tall for an Indian, right?
I'm
Like,
6. Yes.
yeah, so like, yeah, you're like 6 foot and you work out, dude. So if you get fucking angry with someone, like, shit, this motherfucker might kill me. But if your tiny little wife, they're just like, she's just some crazy, unreasonable woman. Okay, well, listen, it's completely different, man.
The thing is that like, if you are like a service provider, right, and the guy who's hired you and he's supposed to pay you, if that guy gets pissed, that's like a really bad thing, right? That's gonna
Right.
really stress you. That actually impacts your ability to work. But for example, like, say the guy's secretary gets mad at you, you just take what you need to hear, but you don't actually like you don't get very stressed. You try to like work harder. So that's been our experience.
You know how I think of it, right? There's like two threat designations. There's like mosquito and there's like lion. Man is lion, woman is mosquito. Woman is like annoying, and maybe on the worst day she can give you malaria, right? She bites you, sucks your blood, whatever, but really not really much of a threat, not really very scary. Even when she's violent, she's just obnoxious, and you just don't like, you're not scared, you just don't like her. You're just like, fuck off, you're obnoxious and you're annoying. But a man is like a lion, like, you're like, fuck, like, if the man's really angry, this motherfucker can like kill me, so it's very different.
But to counter what you said, the main thing, you can teach a woman to be bold with the rest of the world, but not with you.
Yeah, I agree
And the
with
way
that.
to do that is, for example, if she kind of behaves rashly with you, just to instantly tell her, wait, this behavior is for other people. It's not for me. Shut
Yeah.
up. I
You
own
see,
you.
you see this bullshit, yeah? That's for the peasants, okay? I am your king. I am
But
your
that
king.
does work. Like, in practice, like, this is how like I've done things, where you let the woman, do the fighting with people, because if you do it, right, people get really stressed because you're the one paying them. So then they get like
Yeah.
really stressed.
And it's cute when your woman fights for you. It's not cute when she fights with you. I think when there's a disagreement between you and your woman, which is inevitable, you need a way of calmly engaging with one another. Because if you're not going to engage calmly, assuming you're not a bitch of a man, you are going to absolutely overpower and traumatize her by treating her like a piece of shit because she's treated you like a piece of shit. And that is only degrading the relations between you. And ultimately, why are you together? Because you have aligned incentives, right? Why are you together? And why are you cooperating? Why are you, quote unquote, a team if you have these fundamental disagreements? Because there is one thing that you both want, and you have agreed to aspire to and work together on. And that is having a family, right? Because it's not like, oh, you're my best friend, you are my favorite person, I like all the things you like, and you like all the things I like. And the reason we are married and we want children is because we like each other so much. No, it is none of that shit. You know, you have aligned incentives, but it doesn't mean you think in the same way and you're so like 100% compatible. I actually think men and women are very compatible, and I also think the higher IQ you both are as men and as women. So high IQ, I actually think high IQ men and high IQ women, even though they can have far superior families to the lower IQ counterparts, I actually think they're less compatible with one another than lower IQs are with one another, than lower IQ men are with lower IQ women. For the very simple reason that higher IQ women tend to get some very annoying, but it's like a double-edged sword, right? High IQ women can have some very good masculine attributes, but they can also have some very bad masculine attributes. So I will elucidate this a little bit more. So a lot of high IQ men are seen as like nerds, right? They're not respected. They're seen as bitches. It's like, oh, you're smart, you're a nerd. We don't fear you. You're not dominant. You're not scary. Like, oh, you're smart, you're a nerd, you're a dog, whatever. The fact that you are intellectually superior, that your brain is better than other people's, is seen as a negative because you're a weakling. It's seen as a bad thing, right? And if you're like kind of like a nerd or a dork or whatever, and you're seen that way because you're smart, because you're thoughtful, because you engage in a high level of nuance and complexity, that works against you as a man, and you're less attractive to women for being smart because of that. But it also works on the flip side for women. Women are less elegant and feminine because they're more combative, because of their intelligence, because they can see more potential. Like they're less agreeable, instead of just agreeing and just being taken in by your dominance. I mean, all women are, but that's not the point. Like higher IQ women, even though they will succumb to pure brute force dominance, like any woman will, because that's feminine nature, they're more inherently resistant to it. So what I'm trying to say is, as high IQ men are seen as less masculine and are seen as nerdy, high IQ women are also less elegant. They're less feminine. They're less compliant and obedient. And like in like Northeast Asian cultures, like in like South Korea and in like Japan, I think even in China, where the average IQ is considered to be amongst the highest in the world, higher IQ women actually get chosen less than not low IQ women, but not as high IQ women. Because high IQ women come with their own set of problems. And their set of problems is they are less obedient, they are more challenging, and they're more challenging because they're more intellectual, but they're not wise in their challenges. It's like their neuroticism and their intelligence combine, and they find some new bullshit way to not be happy with something and to challenge you on that. And if you're less intelligent than her, other than using brute force aggression, you won't be able to intellectually overcome or solve her worry or her challenge. You won't be able to. Short of just sheer violence, you will not be able to overcome it. You won't be able to overcome it on an intellectual level. Now, if you're a smarter man and you can overcome it on an intellectual level, to you, it's a form of inelegance. It's annoying. It's obnoxious. Why must I spend all this time and energy arguing with you and you're ignorant? You're intelligent, but you're ignorant. So you understand things, but even though you understand things, you don't see things accurately. It's like having the ability to understand difficult things, but not knowing things as they are. So you believe things that aren't true, even though you can understand complicated things. That's a lot of high IQ women. They have they have like ignorant, retarded fucking ideas. They want to challenge you. They want to take up your time and energy and yada yada yada. And they're really smart, but they're retarded in the sense they're foolish. So it's high IQ, low wisdom, and that's a lot of women. And it's like, what gives a high IQ woman wisdom? What makes her wise?
Her
So
father.
yeah, usually yes. The problem is a lot of fathers don't want to spend their time. It's not interesting to them, right? They may love their daughter, but it's like, I'd rather do a business deal. I'd rather learn this thing. I'd rather that thing. I'd rather learn that thing. Or like they think if you're like a high IQ man, it's like, and let's say you're very entrepreneurial, maybe you would rather grow your business, or maybe you would rather learn things, or maybe you would rather travel. Doesn't mean you don't love your daughter, but in terms of like prioritization, why
You
would
haven't invested in her.
yes, and I've seen this multiple times. A number of high IQ women just have high IQ fathers that are more interested in 5,000 other things that aren't her, because she relatively is boring to them unless they prioritize cultivating their progeny. And if they do prioritize cultivating their progeny, it's usually their sons, right? Because they as a man can identify more with being a man, with the male experience, the male ontological experience of living, and therefore their son is like not exactly a copy of them, but is more of an approximation of them. So they can relate to their son more than their daughter. There's certain things women experience that men can't relate to because we don't experience them, because we don't think in the same way, because we don't have the same neurology, bodily functions, and hormonal processes and whatever, right? So spending time with a daughter is often, unfortunately, not a priority for a lot of these men. So these guys are really smart because they have smart dads. They're not very wise. And then you, as her potential love interest, partner, husband, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that becomes your problem. That was a problem he didn't want to deal with. Now it's your problem. And there's too much of that bullshit. There's a lot of that bullshit.
You are correct. Although I will say one thing, that at least in my clients, I've noticed that a lot of these guys, right, the biggest mistake they make in their life is making a lot of money, but not teaching their children the values and the morality, or the ethics. I don't know what the right word is, like the virtues that actually help you make money, help you keep money, and help you grow the empire. So what happens is, after these guys die, their children take over their business, and then they put it in the
Destroy
ground.
it. Yeah. I mean,
And
that is the
this is
father's
like,
fault.
I've seen this happen so many times, to the point where I've been telling clients that, this is like a lot of times, right? If you have like tax clients, they will sit and take your life advice because you deal with so many people. So this is the most common advice I give them, is that you got to teach your sons how to do all of the stuff that you're doing, and you got to teach them how to not be crazy, because at least a big portion of our clients, they'll make a lot of money, right? They'll work really hard to put all the cards in the right places. They'll get a heart attack, they'll die, and their son is gonna kill their business in 2 years because he doesn't know shit, doesn't care about it. He didn't build it. He's not invested in it, and he's gonna spend it on all on parties, and just buy like a house, and not
Yeah,
gonna.
and he's probably going to get scammed as well, because his dad, who actually deserves the money and made the money, is going to give him access to a lot of that money, and the business and the resources, and he didn't make any of it, and he doesn't really understand it well enough, and then he's going to lose it, and he's going to lose it to someone who's just like basically, you don't only need to teach your son how to handle and manage your business, you need to teach him wisdom And how do I put this? Some things must be learned from one's own failures, but that does not mean you cannot impart lessons and guidance and give emotional support that helps bootstrap the process, makes it go quicker, right? So
Some things you can just learn from your own. Yeah, I'll give you like a super simple example. Okay, like a difference between intelligence and wisdom. Okay,
mm,
so back when I was 16 years old,
mm,
I was opening a bank account.
mhm.
I think I was 18, 16. I don't remember. It's been like 10 plus years, probably closer to 18 than 16. And I was opening an account with a bank, and you have to deposit 10,000 rupees to open an account. Okay, with this bank.
Mm.
So I give this guy like 10,000 rupees, and it's been a month, and my bank account hasn't been opened yet. So they took my money, they put it in the
That's
suspense
quite a lot of
account.
money. I just googled that.
It's
They
like
charge.
125 bucks, dollars,
Yeah,
$125.
it's £92.48 at current market rates in sterling. No, they really. It's like free, like zero. You have to put zero.
No, you
Okay.
can, but the account I was opening, it had some
Oh,
special features if you like
oh, okay, oh,
deposited.
okay. I didn't. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, go on.
So I go to the bank. I'm like, okay, it's been a month. My account has not yet been opened, and I
Mm.
want interest for my money. Okay, like you've had my money for a month, and I'm like a
I, I want
dumbass
millions.
teenager, and I bothered them so much. Like I didn't leave. I'm getting pissed off. And like I've been like, where the fuck? What are you guys doing? It's been a month, and that's not like
Where's my
it's
money?
not supposed to take this long.
Yeah.
To the point where the bank manager got so frustrated, he like calculated how much interest 10,000 rupees would accrue at current interest rates, and he gave me 25 rupees from his wallet, and I just went home with it. Like, I'm gonna take your money, fuck this shit. And my bank account was opened the next day. But then again, when I came home, I told my dad about this, so this is what happened. And my dad is like laughing at me, and he's telling me that, okay, so this is the difference between um experience and just being knowing the rules, where the rules, the bank account should be open, you should get paid interest, but experiences that there's no like, this amount of money that you made, like 25 rupees, like it's
Mm.
like way too small for you to have a bad relationship with your bank.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So
Absolutely.
it's stuff you just learn. There's no one's gonna teach you this. No one's gonna teach you. Never take money from the bank. Like don't do that. Don't go scream at the employee. You just do it. You're like a 17-year-old kid. You get pissed off. Like I want my money. Fuck you, bastards. It's been a month.
You put money in, and then you're like, "Where's my return?" A month later.
Yeah, so this was back when I was learning accounting. So I was like, I learned how to calculate interests and what have you. So I'm like, I want my interest for my money. And the guy's like, we don't have a process to give it until your account is open. Like, give me cash, bitch.
I bet you said it in Hindi as well. You just got like, "Bro, give me money."
Like, for what it's worth, the guy did give me like money from his own wallet. Like, even though it wasn't much.
25 rupees though. Like, what, can you even buy anything with 25 rupees?
Oh yeah, I can buy like a nice meal with 25 rupees. It's like a nice breakfast. Not a healthy
Dude,
breakfast, but you can buy breakfast.
your country is so cheap, man. It's like, fuck. Like, no, honestly, I think if all Indians get a fucking online thing going on, right, and even if they only make like $200 a month or something, your country's so cheap that you'll just lift the entire country out of poverty. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they won't all be rich, but
No. $200 a month is not that much money in India. At least in most places.
it isn't in your city, but
Yeah, if you're in a village, maybe. Yeah, in a village, it can go far, but not in the city.
well, we get Elon Starlink into the villages, and they all start earning a couple $100. So they're living like kings off like the tiniest sum of money, to man. They've got livestock, they've got a house, they got everything. You're like, fuck. That shit will cost hundreds of thousands in the West. This motherfucker earns $200 a month, and he's got all that shit.
That's the magic of purchasing power parity, my friend. But
It is indeed.
to tell you, like the silver lining for you guys is that your stuff is better, in the sense that what is more expensive in your country, right? Like the top end for your
Everything.
country isn't even available here. Like no amount of money can buy it. It's just not there.
What you mean, like yachts or something, or
No, for
like?
anything. For example, right? Like your country will have grass-fed mutton, like grass-fed chicken, or like I'm telling you, like very
Oh,
high-end foods which aren't like
you mean
polluted.
like soup, like you mean like expensive food that's like cultivated in a certain way, and you
Yeah,
like
but
from the butchers or from like a fishmongers or something like that.
yeah, but unless you have your own goats or you have your own chickens, you cannot really be sure, what you're
See,
eating.
that just tells me there's a gap in the market, because there in India, there must be enough rich people in India that if somebody provided that service, all the rich people would be ordering that shit because they want the higher quality nutrition.
No, what I'm saying is that it exists. There are people selling it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't trust them. That's the thing. Like,
Why? They're not Westerners. Why don't you trust them?
it's just that in India, right, the government agencies for food are so lax that the difference between organic food and regular food is the price. There's no other difference. It's just like, okay, so these potatoes are dirtier than, they have more mud attached to them, so they're organic. So you pay more for the dirty
Mm,
potatoes. There's no real difference, because I know people, I actually know farmers who
yeah,
sell organic potatoes, and the potatoes are not organic at all. It's the same shit. They just
just
don't clean it.
bullshit.
You know what I mean?
So the
They don't
standards aren't
clean the
high
potatoes.
enough.
It's dirty or it's organic.
That's fucked up, dude. It's not like that here. Okay, I see what you're saying.
So, like I told you last time, right? Like I eat chicken legs, and the chicken, I'm telling you, they're real dinosaurs. They've been doing a lot of squats on those legs. They're so big. Fuck, fuck are you guys doing to the chickens?
Dude, they you want to know what they're doing to the chickens? They're giving them fucking steroids. They're injecting them with steroids, dude. You do it to the cows as well. Put steroids in the livestock to make them bigger so they get more meat from them, dude. And then when you eat the fucking livestock, you get like trace amounts of that steroid in your body, dude. I'm not
Not
I'm
that.
I'm not even making shit up.
Not
I'm
natural.
like dude, nothing's natural nowadays. You know, the population in the world is so big, right? Like, well, so large that they like we would, if we didn't like chemically manipulate agriculture and the food supply, we would not be able to sustain all these people. Like if we just had the most natural, healthiest food, there was basically what our ancestors ate, like say 200 years ago. How do you think all these billions of people would be here? Like they wouldn't. It would take too much land. It would take too long. There would be too much of the population employed in that sector, right? It's not possible. So how is it possible, and how do we have all these people? Chemical engineering, steroids, pesticides, other fucking bullshit. That's how. And obviously there's a negative impact on human health because of it, but it also means shit ton more humans.
That's kind of why vegetarianism got started. A lot of people think vegetarianism got started because of
Oh,
morality, you
dude.
shouldn't kill animals, religion, but really it just got started because population is increasing. Even in historically, like historical cities had like big populations. Now, if you
You
have
know,
like a city with like you know 300,000, 400,000 people,
yeah,
how are you
that's a
gonna
big
get so
city.
many animals around that city? You can't. So you
Yeah.
gotta have vegetarian food.
So meat would be for like the highest status, for like the richest or whatever, which is why it's like I don't know how many vegans realize this. Maybe they have like I know some of them, they have like moral concerns about animals and whatever. But how I see it is like, is it is it is it normal? Maybe normal is not the right word, but like this is a lower form of life, and there are like, if you have such extreme compassion for something that is beneath a human, which also has an animal or creature beneath it that it is willing to eat and that it is willing to kill, it's like they say they won't eat the animals because it's unethical or whatever, right? But a lot of those animals are not herbivores, so a lot of those animals are carnivorous. So those animals are eating animals, and it's just one chain of one animal eats another animal that gets eaten by another animal, and we are just at the top of the chain. So, like, for example, say you eat a tuna fish, right? You are eating a very big fish that is eating smaller fish, and you are getting all the protein and everything from
And the
multiple.
mercury.
Yeah, but we're meant to be evil because we are eating a fish. It's like, dude, the thing you ate was evil because it ate living things. The thing you like, it's not vegan either. You know, like some of the things, like, you know, some creatures are like herbivores, like cows, for instance, they just eat grass, right? But it's like you eat a cow, you're eating beef, it didn't eat anything, it just eats grass. It's like, okay, on like moral grounds, fair enough. You can't say, well, the thing I'm eating also eats things, so that eats living things that aren't vegetation, so that makes it okay. Okay, like fair enough. But like traditionally across societies, like you said, you can't get enough livestock within a city of 300 or 400,000. So who gets to eat the meat? Which is like, why is meat superior to not meat? Like, why is meat superior to vegetables? And I'll tell you why it's superior. It's just it's just the density of nutrition and protein is higher. Basically, if you are willing to devour the soul of a lesser creature, you will get more nutrition than if you just want to eat vegetation.
Yeah, but also the scarcity factor. I would say that people in the past, right?
Hmm.
It was the scarcity factor because when lobster was abundant, right, they would give it to slaves. But now that it's not abundant, it's like for the
But
elites, and it's
that's
very
just because
expensive.
that's just because it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's just because it was convenient for them, right? They had lots of it, so they were just like, okay, fuck it. Like, what's the thing we care about the least? It's worth the least on the current market that we have in surplus. Okay, lobster, we give that to them, right? But obviously now it's a delicacy and it's very expensive. It's not as easy to get. So, you know, supply and demand affects perceptions. But generally speaking, and obviously lobster is meat. It's a supply of protein. It's seafood and what have you. But generally speaking, if you have any kind of society, and say you have warriors, right, and you want your warriors to be strong and tall and muscular and powerful, are you going to feed them leaves or are you going to feed them dead animals? Like, that's really what it comes down to. Like, if you are the king and you have all these warriors or knights or whatever the fuck you want to call them, what do you want them to have? You want all your warriors to be eating fucking leaves and shit, or you want them to be eating dead animals? Which do you think is going to make them stronger, more energetic, more powerful, and more likely to conquer the enemy? If the enemy army is just all eating fucking leaves and plants and shit, and your army is eating fucking dead animals, who you think is going to win? Like, assuming the same level of technology, let's say you just both have spears, right? Because if you say, oh, one's got guns and the other hasn't, so the guns win, and it doesn't matter about the diet, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fair enough. They somehow go to a high level of technology, and that's why they won, yada, yada. Let's just say the same technology, okay, and diet is the only determining factor. Who is going to win? The motherfucker's eating the meat. You eating a steak? That shit's beautiful. It's like,
I
yeah,
will give you the counter example of Spartans, since we both read the life of Lycurgus
yeah,
and we're
yeah.
studying Plutarch. And if you
Mm,
remember, we read that the Spartans were mostly eating beans and mostly vegetarian food, although they were also eating meat every once in a while, but it wasn't like the
mm,
primary thing they were consuming. And
yeah,
Plutarch actually noted that it's better to be like a lean athlete than
yeah.
to be a fleshy athlete, because a lean warrior is going to kill many fleshy athletes in a war because it's just leaner, faster.
The thing
So
about
just as a counter example, I will say that some of the best warriors on in history
mm,
were actually primarily vegetarian. So obviously they did eat meat, but it wasn't like the primary thing they were eating. They were mostly eating in these agoges where it was primarily beans and vegetarian food, because I don't know why, but that's what historians
like,
have recorded.
Genghis Khan and the Mongols. Those motherfuckers were drinking milk and eating meat. They were destroying
They
everyone.
didn't have
Like,
options. So why this is why Mongols are like a bad example. I'll tell
yeah,
you why. Right? I've seen this
yeah,
stuff everywhere online. But
yeah,
Mongols lived in the steppe. If you see a picture of the steppe, it has zero trees, right? It literally is just like a grassland. Everywhere you see is grass
yeah.
for like thousands of kilometers. So these guys don't have access to plant-based foods. And
They
I'm
were
not a vegan,
forced. They
right?
were forced into superiority by a lack of vegetation.
No, they can't get them. So basically, like Mongol food, right? They ate like their own horses, or
Mm.
they drank mare's milk. So this is kind of why they were so dominant in warfare.
They were
They didn't have to
huge.
manage logistics. You can just drink the milk of your mare, right? And they, in many cases, they were eating things like their head lice. They were eating other
Ugh, like
Mongolians who were eating
insects.
each other,
Oh man, that's disgusting.
and they were eating rats. So they would eat like field rats, and they would have like coats made out of field rats.
Mm,
So Mongols are not a good comparison. They didn't have the option. And the reason they were so dominant on European and Chinese armies was
yeah,
not because of their meat consumption. It was because they
fucking
were horse
huge.
archers, impossible to catch.
Yeah.
The guys like killing you from like, you know,
So
hundreds of meters
they
away.
were muscular enough to handle riding a horse at fast speed and handle a bow and have the hand-to-eye coordination to hit you at moving speed on a horse, which they were controlling with a bow and fucking kill you. I mean, are you going to be able to do that with a shit diet? I mean, I don't know, dude.
I can see
But
what you're saying, but it was a warrior society. Like the women of Mongolia, right? In a lot of these tribes, to get married as a woman, you had to kill 4 warriors. You had to kill 4 people, and that's how you would be eligible to get married.
what kind
And
of
some of these women
dysgenic
would grow
bullshit is
older,
that?
unmarried, simply because they could not like kill their 4 warriors. Like they couldn't, they could not participate
Really?
in enough wars, and
Is
they
that
didn't kill.
real?
So
Is that real? Is that
yes, that is true.
wait? A Mongolian woman, what in like Genghis Khan's times, had to kill 4 men,
So there were
male
different tribes
warriors.
with different rules, but a lot of
Yeah.
these tribes had rules where they had to kill a certain number of people to get married, including the women. And some of these
Does
women,
hang on a question? Does it have to be their own people, or can it just be like some other
no,
enemy
no,
like
not their
outsiders?
own people, kill like other
Oh,
people,
okay.
like
Sorry,
outside the
I
tribe.
thought you were saying kill their own warriors. I was like, why
No,
would
no,
you
no, no,
want
no,
to
no,
do
no,
that
not that.
shit?
No, kill other people. So,
Okay, yeah, okay. That makes a little more sense because
and
you can't ignore the tribal factor within humanity, right? So I was thinking, why would you want to kill your own tribe, especially your warriors? That seems kind of dumb, but okay, no, that makes sense. Why? Okay, 4 outsider people. It doesn't have to be men. It can just be 4 women from another tribe or country or whatever.
yeah, it has to be like 4 people. You got to kill 4 people. I don't know the exact rules since I'm not Mongolian.
Well, how did they come up with 4? Like, why not one?
So I read I listened to a podcast by a guy called Dan Carlin on
Yes,
Genghis
yes,
Khan. It was
yeah,
very informative.
yeah.
I will say one thing though, eating
Mm.
meat is superior to not eating meat, because I was a vegetarian for about 23, 24 years of my life.
And now you're making many
And
gains.
now I eat quite a bit of meat. I'm much stronger, much more resilient, I will say. But I will say that if you're a vegetarian, you drink milk, you can make do. No, you can make do your protein needs on a vegetarian diet. You can't do that on a vegan diet. It's just really
Right.
hard. I mean, without unless you're taking a lot of supplements, it's very difficult to get all the
Is
nutrition.
is there a society in the recorded history of humanity where vegetables are seen as a luxury and only the warrior class or the elite get to eat lentils and beans and leaves, but the peasants get to eat the meat? They get and the non-warriors, the non-fighters, they get to eat the meat, but the beans and the leaves, oh sorry, only the strongest and the most elevated within society are allowed to eat this. Like, I don't think that's ever been the case anywhere, but the reverse is true. There are scenarios and contexts where meat has been the sole purview of the warrior class and of the higher social class. So I think there is a premium on meat which suggests its nutritional supremacy. Whether you agree with it ethically or not, that's another argument altogether. But yeah.
Yeah, the ethic argument doesn't actually make a lot of sense to me, because here's the thing, right? And
Mm.
this is something I've noticed with a lot of these animal rights people. Like people really, really care about dogs.
Peter, PETA, Peter,
Yeah, the PETA people. Yeah,
the crazy Peter people.
they they pretend to care a lot about animals, but they don't care as much about people. So,
Yeah,
a
we're
PETA
animals
person,
too. We care about us.
exactly. So PETA guy will be very happy to be like, fuck you for eating eggs, But at the same
Yeah.
time, he's going to use an iPhone which was built by slave labor in China.
Oh,
Like,
sorry.
that's okay.
Sorry,
You know, so
it's that
Chinese people
Africa.
being slaves.
I was say, sorry, were there African children in the cobalt mine in the Congo? Like, you're okay with using the iPhone that was produced from the resources that they mined? That's fine, but how dare you eat? It's all bullshit, dude. Like, it's like how can you even participate in the modern world with not indirectly benefiting from this kind of bullshit? Like,
You drink coffee. You know, coffee is like, you know, Nestle products. You have Nestle product that's built over the slaves, children of Africa.
do
The
you
end
know what
product
the
is
thing is?
like,
It's also impractical, right? Think about it. Should you study how whatever product you're using and how the resources that went into that product, how they were generated, and what went into making it, and then based upon that decide whether or not you will use that product? And furthermore, if you do this and you do get accurate information and you decide not to use it because your coffee beans came from some plantation in some third world country where they don't get paid a fair wage, and the cobalt that went into your phone came from a mine where an 8-year-old African child mined that fucking shit, so you shouldn't use your phone. Okay, so what's the alternative? Do you just not drink coffee and not have a phone? Like, what do you do? Like, what are your fucking options? Is there an ethical option? Can you get coffee beans that don't cost $1 bajillion, right? Because it's like, you like coffee, but you're a regular person. You're not some like king. You can't afford to spend tons of money on coffee, right? So it's like, how much does the ethical version exist? And if it does, how much does it cost? And for everything, for coffee, for your phone, whatever. And if there is no ethical version, is a person an evil person because they drink coffee and they have a phone? Because those things were produced on the back of slave labor that they didn't even know existed on half a planet away, on some other country that you have no awareness of. And they go, oh, it's like within our countries they say ignorance of the law is no excuse for breaking the law. So okay, so ignorance of how products are produced is no excuse for enjoying the benefits of those products. But it's like, do you really expect the average person to do all this research, know this, and then also furthermore decide not to use this? And then if they do, and assuming they do all that, is there a superior, ethical, affordable, superior alternative? And I bet the answer to that last question is no. So basically, we're all bad in one way or another. We're just only upset when it's our people who are mining the cobalt, when it's our people who are on the plantation getting the coffee beans. But as long as it's not our people, we don't give a shit. That's generally how it is, right? We're upset when it's our people, but we're benefiting from other people. And furthermore, I actually think they don't want us to know these things. I think they don't want us to know, because if we knew where it really came from and what went into getting it, we would be upset about it, and then we couldn't enjoy the things we want to enjoy. You drink a cup of coffee and you think of some fucking child in Latin America who's like slaving day in day out to get these fucking coffee beans. He's barely got enough to live. It's like, I can't enjoy my coffee now. I'm thinking of some poor child in Latin America. It just ruins the experience for you. So there is a certain level of ignorance that is required for this capitalism to be successful. I actually think coffee sales would go down. Coffee sales would go down if we were that aware, you know?
See, I don't think people care enough, in the sense that, you know, everybody says they care about this, I care about this, but when it comes to voting with your wallet, you don't actually care, in the sense that I'll give you an example, right? Like, I care about children, right? I don't want to hurt kids, but
good. I'm glad to hear that. I don't want to hurt them either.
I'm not going to stop drinking coffee.
Like, look, I love you, okay, but there's a big but coming here, okay? If you need to farm my coffee, I want my fucking coffee. It's so bad.
But here's the thing, right? There's degrees to this, because, so, for example, right, if Nestle, there's a thing where there's a certain amount of evil that's tolerable and a certain amount of evil that's practically not tolerable. For example, right, you take like laborers making clothes in a factory. Now, if they're being paid but they live like a trash life, that's like okay, they could not find a better job, they lack the skills and what have you, this is the only thing they can do. That's fine by me, like that's like your situation, not exactly something I created, not my problem, right? But
Mm.
if there's a guy whipping them, like literally taking a whip and like hitting them, like produce faster, bitch, top, 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 top. That's not something I'm willing to buy. So I think there's like a level of evil people will tolerate and a level of evil they will not. And
Mm.
I think that's pretty much it. Like how much evil people are willing to tolerate. And it turns out that having kids farm coffee is something people don't care that much about.
I mean, they would if it was within their own society, but if it's happened in a far-flung foreign land, which they have no allegiance to, which they never think about, which isn't really within their conscious awareness, and they just get coffee magically appear on the shelves of the local stores and they buy it, then yeah, they don't give a shit. But if you start like campaigning and saying, like running ads of like children with like mud on their face and they're sweating and they're like malnourished and you can see their bones and shit, which they do here. Like charities run these kind of ads here. People that like I can't speak for other societies, but English people, they don't want to see that shit. And they care about that shit. And if they see that shit, it makes them upset. And they're like, this is wrong. Children shouldn't have to do this. And they think that even about foreign children, not just our own children, but children from other places. They think some Colombian or Venezuelan or fucking like someone from the Congo or from Zimbabwe or even fucking Indian, they just feel like that's wrong. A child shouldn't have to deal with that. But it's like, we can't, our sentimentality cannot save the world. And other races, other nations, other peoples will abuse our compassion if we allow them to. That's why it's better if they continue to believe we're the evil people that conquered the world and we're like psychopaths and we just take over everything. It's better they believe that, because if they realize that we're actually not that evil and that these things bother us, things that don't bother them as much bother us, and they think they can make a profit out of us knowing it bothers us and they can scam us with it, they fucking will. They will abuse our compassion. It's like a woman, right? If you're not ruthless enough with a woman, but you're compassionate, if a woman appreciates your compassion, it's because you are ruthless enough with her beforehand, right? But if you weren't ruthless enough with a woman, and you are compassionate with her, she will not appreciate your compassion. She will abuse your compassion. You will find yourself in a weakened position. It's the same with us and other nations. If we are compassionate without being ruthless, they will abuse us. But if we are ruthless and then we are compassionate, then they will appreciate our compassion. So we cannot just allow our compassion to consume us and take us over, because then others see us as vulnerable and exploitative and as weaklings, and then they will treat us worse than they perceive us as having treated them. So it's good for us to be seen as the evil and the bad and like the colonialists and whatever, the psychopaths, whatever. That's good, because even though it's not 100% accurate and not true, it allows for less exploitation of us by foreigners who don't love us but distrust us.
True, but I think the problem with the whole foreign country stuff is that a lot of times, right, these powerful countries will
Mm,
deliberately go to the small country, then fuck with the
mm,
small country, leave it
mm.
fucked. Like, what they did in Libya, right? Now, whoever this guy is, like Gaddafi, they killed him, they didn't replace
Yeah,
him,
no.
and now they're
Libya got done.
Pakistan.
Hillary fucked Libya. That's the simplest way. Libya was doing honestly, when American intervention in Libya was purely in
It was like
American
a fuck
interest.
you, like fuck you for
Right,
existing.
right. Here's a couple of things. What happened in Libya was solely not even in Western interests. It was in American interests, because fucking up Libya led to more immigration from North Africa, or from Africa through North Africa into Europe. All the African immigrants who are in Italy now came through Libya, and they came through Libya because the Libyan government was destabilized, because Gaddafi was fucked by NATO, which was in the sole interests of the United States trying to maintain dollar hegemony, because Gaddafi wanted to create a currency that was backed by gold and in the North African Union that would undermine United States dollar, which is why they went in there and they fucked Gaddafi over. It was not in European. Everyone thinks Western. Okay, there is alignment between European and North American, specifically US interests, but they are not 100% the same. That did not benefit Europe. That benefited the United States. It did not benefit Europe, because the benefit to the United States was to stop Gaddafi forming a North African Union, to stop him forming this fiat currency that was backed by gold, right, which would undermine the dollar. That is benefit to them. But because Libya was destabilized, immigrants, not just from Libya, but from all over sub-Saharan Africa, have now gone through Libya, across the Mediterranean, into Italy and into Europe. Gaddafi, when he was in power, he enforced the integrity of the borders, and he stopped any kind of mass immigration from Africa into Europe through Libyan soil. Now he's died. Libya literally has slave markets. It didn't when Gaddafi was alive, there was no slave markets in Libya.
Exactly, it has slave markets.
They have slave. They literally sell humans in Libya. They have slave markets. You have people going through Libya has a northern border, the Mediterranean Sea, right? So because due to the unstable nature of their government and their current state, after NATO/the US destabilized Libya, you have Africans who want to live in Europe because it's, they might not love us or whatever, but higher quality of life, better country, more money, blah, blah, blah. Don't care about us, but just want more shit. Yeah. They're going to go through Libya. They're going to go across the sea. They're going to go into Europe. So Europe is considered Western. Yeah. Europe did not benefit from the destabilization of Gaddafi. The United States did. Europe actually worse off. Europe was better off with Gaddafi there. For us, it's good if Gaddafi is still there. For the US, it's good that he's not there. So there is a split there. And Libyans loved Gaddafi as well, by the way. Though they tell Westerners, oh, Gaddafi was evil, he was dictator. Libyans didn't hate Gaddafi. He gave them like free electricity, free fucking education, super cheap oil. You know how cheap it is to fill up your car in the fucking Libya. The oil is cheaper than the water in Libya. I'm not even exaggerating. The oil is cheaper than the water. It's crazy.
So here's the thing about America, the way I understand it, okay? And correct me if I'm wrong. This is I'm not an expert at geopolitics, but the US is like a country that only cares about itself and has very short-term memory loss. So this is not a country, for example, right? I'll give you an example. Like India, just to contrast it and give you my perspective about how geopolitics is. Russia really helped India out in the past. So back in, say, in the 80s, India doesn't have a seat in the Security Council. So anytime a proposal that was against India was introduced in the United Nations Security Council, Russia is a reliable partner, and they would always veto it. They would always not let it come to
stand up for you, man.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes me think, what do they want from you if they're going to stand up for you like that?
This was a point of time where India was really poor. We didn't have anything. So this was either Russia being very Machiavellian, investing in
it's Russians, of course. Do you know Russian women now think of Russian politics? Of course it's Machiavellian. That's what I'm wondering. Why? What do they want from you?
No, but I'll give you more examples, right? I'll give you some more examples. Then we had multiple wars with Pakistan. And in one of the wars with Pakistan, the UK and the US sent actual nuclear submarines and what have you to siege India. They're all of our wars with Pakistan, USA was with Pakistan. So they were backing Pakistan with money, and they disabled GPS for India. So we did not have GPS in our our aircraft and what have you. They had to operate, by side. They didn't have GPS because the US has disabled us for India. And the one who supported us were two countries, right? Israel and Russia, and I think even France. I don't remember.
Those are some unlikely allies. Go on.
So after the US sent a nuclear warship to India to kind of bully us and stage
it's like you have a really big cock and you want to look on my huge penis. It's you're not gonna use it, but it's look, you don't have this, and this is scary.
The USSR, they sent out their own nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers and what have you to kind of back us up. Now, the Russians are at war with Ukraine, right? And the only
yeah.
reliable supporting partner they have is India. So it's kind of how tables have turned. Like everyone's sanctioning in the West, right? They're sanctioning Russia,
The
but
thing is,
Russian and Indian businesses are doing really well. So they're selling oil to us and what have you. So my point is that, so this is one
yeah,
type of
I heard
geopolitical.
about India buying Russian oil and not caring about the sanctions and just buying it really cheap because nobody else will buy it because of the sanctions. But you don't care about the sanctions, so you're just getting super cheap oil off Russia. It's actually very good for India.
It's good for India, but what I'm saying is that India isn't doing it for the money. I think the Indian people, like if you go and ask anybody, like not even jokingly, go and ask a random person in India and ask them, should we help Russia? The answer is going to be yes, because the Indian people have like a certain amount of gratefulness to Russia for the support they provided us in the last 50,
Do
60 years when we were
you
poor.
want
And
to know?
now we are strong and we help them back. But that's not how the USA works. That's not how the USA
Do you want
works,
to know
right?
something funny? Right-wing Western people also like Russia. It's like everyone thinks, oh, all Westerners don't like dislike Russia. I can think of two groups of people who really dislike Russia. That is people from Eastern Europe who, like older Eastern Europeans who grew up under the Soviet Union. Some of them miss the Soviet Union, but they also don't like the Russians. It's like a weird love-hate relationship. It's like we love how good life was back then, but we hate how they dominated us. It's some weird fucking thing. And right-wing Westerners like Russians because they're not fucking crazy. They're not like deluded. They don't like they don't like let's say the LGBT shit, right, is not like the Russian government has declared LGBT as like a not as like a terrorist organization, but as like as kind like not as terrorist, but like as a nefarious ideology. Like like it has no institutional backing in Russia, whereas in the West it has all the institutional backing. So right wing people generally don't agree with like LGBT stuff in the West, and even though they don't agree with it, their governments try to legitimize it, institutionalize it, call you a bigot, call you homophobic, whatever. If you don't support it, they don't listen to your arguments, they just smear you and whatever. And the Russian government is the complete opposite. In Russia, is that is like, it's not like in Islamic countries where, oh, you're gay, we're gonna like physically punish you and you're like in defiance of Allah and whatever. It's not to that level, but in Russia they don't promote it, and they have designated it as like contrary to the government. So right wing Westerners are also quite, I don't want to say sympathetic to Putin, but it's like, we don't see Russia as incredibly bad. Now left wing Westerners on the other hand, they do see Russia as the enemy. So there is a split within the West
There
in
was an
perception of
American
Russia.
guy called Tucker Carlson, I think, if I
Yeah,
remember.
Tucker
And he
Carlson.
interviewed
Yeah.
Putin, and it was very popular with the right wing. So I can
I
see what
watched
you mean.
that. You mean the interview of Putin? Yeah, yes.
It was a good interview, like a history lesson. When you listen to that guy, right? Like him talking
Putin
about,
Putin is
you
very
know,
manipulative. He's very smart and very
yeah.
manipulative
What
and
I
very
can say is this
nationalistic.
guy is on nootropics. And this guy,
It's on
he's on
nootropics.
nootropics. I know the more
And the
pretty face
rest.
I see.
And the rest. He's on all the special chemicals. Nootropics.
He's definitely on nootropics, man. I can tell. Like
At
he's
minimum.
on something that's helping him
Dude,
retain the actual
Putin
potential, and that's a very good thing.
Putin was in the KGB, and Russian mafia was very like mafia within Eastern Europe in general, including Russia, especially Russia, has been shall we say, a prevailing element for a long period of time. So these not like Easterners think of white people as they're just like, oh, they're all white people, right? This is ignorant. There are it's kind of like how Westerners, they see Chinese, they see Japanese, they see Korean, and
Africans and
they think,
one
oh, they're all Asia, they're all like Chinese, like like you're from like Thailand or you're from like Vietnam, and you get called Chinese by a white guy, but you're very different culturally. Okay, and even within your own sphere of the world, there is different like status. Like, you know, Chinese is higher status than Vietnamese, but to a white man, he just will get called Chinese. It's kind of annoying, right? But it's the same here. Like within whites, there are very distinct differences, not just within physical appearance, as in Eastern Europeans tend to have the commonality of blue eyes and blonde hair is more common in Northern and Eastern
Sexier
Europe
women,
than it is in Western. Sorry, what was that?
thinner women, sexier women, Eastern Europe.
Sexier woman. Yes, and also just more cunning. They are more ruthless. Eastern Europeans are more the Western Europeans, poor Eastern Europeans are more ruthless than rich Western Europeans. I like Eastern Europeans because they tell the truth more. They see, I'm not Eastern European. I'm a Northwestern European because I'm from the UK, right? The reason I like Eastern Europeans, we had lots of like Polish people and not just Polish people, but other people from like former USSR satellite nations come to the UK like 10, 15 years ago, right? When the borders got open to them. They are very truthful people. They tell the truth. They don't care about political correctness. They will just say the truth offensively. That's why I love them. I really love them for that, because English people, they are more likely to lie to you. They will just bullshit you. They will say what they think is socially correct. Like, you know, they won't, if they say they don't like gay stuff, they will just try to seem tolerant or whatever. Whereas Eastern European will be like, he's fucking gay. I don't like gay. You know, they just speak the truth more. That's why I like
They're more
them.
barbaric.
Yeah, yes, but like I'm not sure barbaric is the right term, but because they're not really much lower IQ. They're just less bullshitty. They don't you
They're
like
less civilized, you know, and not low IQ, but they're not like, when I say civilized, I don't mean like, civilized is better than uncivilized. What I mean is like they're less inundated to society's norms, like for that particular society.
do you know what the correct term is? They're less institutionalized, they're less brainwashed. And you know why they're less brainwashed? Because they had communism, because they had to queue up in lines for fucking bread and like milk and just like one brand of one type of food for hours and hours in the 1980s. And the parents told the children the stories of the shitty life, and they wanted a better life for themselves. And like, you know what? We don't want communism. Communism sucks. And now in the West, they had communism economically like imposed at a state level. We don't have that. What we have is communism implied on bullshit cultural levels, like feminism, right? And it's kind of like Eastern European societies are inoculated against this nonsense because they had so the Western Europe did not have actual communism. We did not have economic communism. Eastern Europe had economic communism. So because they had economic communism, now you show them like the feminism and whatever. It's like, okay, this is just equality on a different dimension. Instead of it being about wealth differences, it's about gender differences, but it's the same nonsense. So they're not immune to it, but they're very, very, very resistant to it. But we never had economic communism in the West. So we are more susceptible to these
You're
egalitarian
not vaccinated
arguments.
against it, you know.
Yeah, so I think this is why I like Eastern European people. They tell the truth more, and they're more resistant to this fucking nonsense. This fucking egalitarian, idealistic, delusional nonsense. And let's be honest, right? Let's say we want. Let's presume we want equality to be achievable and to be true and to be real. Let's say we're not power hungry, crazy, horrible motherfuckers who just want to control everything. Let's say we actually like the idea of equality because we don't want the responsibility of having to look after people inferior to us. Because if they are equal to us, we don't need to take care of them. We don't need to control them. We don't need to govern them. We don't have these extra jobs, burdens, and responsibilities. We are on the same level, so we just get to have fun and not worry about them. Like just from a selfish point of view, let's say we want equality. We still don't have it. It's like they, you know what I mean? Like they can't fucking, they cannot. Like it's almost like you have to accept your position in life whether you are meant to be a leader or you're meant to be a follower. Because if you don't, or you just get dissatisfied because other people don't meet your expectations. So if you're meant to be a leader, but you want people to be equal, you get dissatisfied because the people you're meant to lead cannot take care of themselves and need you to do the extra work. Or if you're meant to be a follower, but you don't want to be a follower, you get annoyed because you're meant to be able to do what you want, but every time you try to do what you want, it doesn't work out well for you, and you need someone to save you. You need someone to help you. It annoys you, right? So even if everybody wants equality, we cannot have it. We cannot have it because we have inherent individual differences, and that cannot be escaped. And Westerners are in denial. Not all Westerners, by the way. Right-wing Westerners aren't in denial about this. I'm obviously very right-wing, but right-wing Westerners aren't in denial about this. Right-wing Westerners are not delusional, but center and left-wing Westerners are very much in denial about this. They're delusional about this. They will spend fucking hours writing out arguments, blah, 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 despite everything that's going on around them, despite the fact that society is declining, despite everything. Because they hold on to the ideal that that equality should be achievable, and that equality is the highest virtue and morality. And it's like, it's not. You're falling in love with a lie, and now you won't let go. That's all it is.
Have you noticed this IQ difference between leftists and rightists, where right wing tends to be either extremely dumb or extremely smart, but not somewhere in the middle. And the people in the middle, right? The quote unquote educated college degree types, the mass market educated, you
Fucking
could
idiots.
say, those are all like left wing people.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I think the right wing, the vast majority of them are practically correct, but they don't know why they're correct, unless they're the smarter right-wing people. They're more correct because this is how it should be, so that's why it should be done this way. And
They follow they follow their instincts. Basically, you cannot socially engineer the instincts out of left curve, low IQ people. Like you cannot put a dumb person on a university program that tries to teach them why their instincts are wrong and why they should believe whatever bullshit is being taught and have that be successful. You can do that to people who are like mid-curve, so they're like average and slightly above average. And to a degree, you can also do that to high IQ people. But the thing is, high IQ people may get caught in this trap for 1 or 2 years when they are young, when they're 20 or 22 or whatever. But eventually, because they're so smart, they're thinking about it, it's annoying them or whatever, they will transcend it, they will overcome it, they will accrue more wisdom, and they will realize it's bullshit. They will escape the trap, should we say, right? So how do I put this? Mid IQ people get caught in the trap, they stay in the trap, they believe the trap, they live in the trap forever. High IQ people get caught in the trap and transcend the trap and then reject the trap. Low IQ people never get caught in the trap to begin with because they did not understand what you said well enough and they just listening to their instincts.
That's kind of like this. Okay? You have to be a certain level of intelligence to be able to accept something really dumb. I'll give you an example.
But
right?
Can you convince a bear not to hunt a deer with intelligence? You cannot, right? The bear wants the deer. It wants to eat it and kill it. Maybe very smart bear you could convince, but
yeah, but think of it like this, right? Some things just don't make sense. I'll give you like an example. Like in the West, like in your country, it's very normal for people to think that it's normal for people to be gay, in the sense it's normal for men.
I mean,
to
be honest,
inside the butt of another man.
I'll be honest. It's not normal, and I think the majority of people in this country don't like to think about it and do not support it. And honestly, I honestly don't think it's normal here. I think
Oh no, man! Come on, in your country, it's pretty normal for a man to think about.
No, it's dude. Honestly, it's dude. You need to come to England, right? Trust me, come to England, yeah, and go to the majority of neighborhoods which are not wealthy and are not educated, and go there and say, yeah, it's very normal for a man to put his penis in another man's bum. And trust me, they will threaten you. They will be like, trust me, you will fear for your life. Like, you don't want to do that. what I'm saying is, this is the excesses.
No, man, white people love that shit. Come on, you gotta give me that.
this
normal white person would you, from what I can understand.
I'm telling you, the average white person in England does not agree with this. You know why? Because the average white person in England is poor. Most English people are poor.
I've never seen
poor people are not. Poor people are not accepting of this shit. It is all educated, rich, idiot bullshit, and it's institutionalized within the universities. It's made mainstream. Trust me, if you go to any poor place in the UK, trust me, there are lots of poor places in the UK, right? And by poor, I don't mean poor compared to the third world.
I'll give you like I'll give you like a story, okay? If you go to Xi Jinping in China, you ask him, is it normal to want to put a penis inside another man's ass? He's going to be like, no. You ask it to Putin, he's going to say no. You ask Modi the thing, he's going to say no. You ask any African prime minister, president, what have you, they're going to say no. But if you ask Joe Biden or these Americans,
they're going to say
you ask the British, they're going to be like, yes, it's completely normal
like,
for a man
oh
to
my
want
God,
to put his
oh my God, are you homophobic, dude? Like, why don't you like gay people, man? Like, what the fuck? Like, you're fucking homophobic, man? Like, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, no, you're right. What you're saying is right. But what I'm saying is that the politics and the leadership of the country do not reflect the values and beliefs and the views of the population. The average English person is not happy or accepting of gay stuff. Like the average English person, especially if they are poor, especially if they are working class, if you go to the average English man and say, yeah, men fucking other men and bums, how do you feel about that? Are you in support of that? They're going to say, no, I don't like that. Why are you asking me this? The government is not it's not a natural inclination or a natural desire. The fact that our societies are socially engineered in a way to be in support of that and to promote that, and then to try and impose that on other foreign societies, like, even, dude, if you
West is doing, spreading democracy, spreading gay sex.
How can we spread democracy when we don't even have democracy? Rishi Sunak, right? He's not the leader anymore, by the way. He's out now. We got a new guy.
Independence Day.
He was not. Yeah, congrats. Thank you very much. We gave you independence. You gave us independence. Everybody's giving one another independence. But nobody likes him. He's the least popular leader we've ever had. And we had a woman before him. He's less popular than a woman. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
And at least the woman, the woman was actually at least trying to do something. She was at least trying to do. No, she was at least trying to do something for the country. He didn't give a shit. He didn't ever give a shit. All he gives a shit about is the people who got him in, which are his friends and a couple of rich people. That's all he cares about. He never gave a shit about the British people. And I'll tell you something. I'm not sure if you know about this. You probably don't because you're Indian. But there was a little ordeal here recently. Yeah, we had a World War II, like a D-Day thingy, like a commemoration, like anniversary thing. Yeah, he turned up for like 5 seconds, and then he was like, yeah, I need to like go to do like a meeting or interview elsewhere, and left really early. And he got in trouble. Like, everybody was talking shit. They're saying basically he's disrespecting the history of the country, because instead of staying to commemorate the D-Day veterans and the men who died in World War II for the country. He doesn't give a shit because he's not white, he's not English, he doesn't care. He's Indian. One, he's genetically Indian. Two, even though he spent a lot of time here, he doesn't even love England the most. He loves California. California is his favorite place, right? Him and his wife, they really love California. He's just doing UK politics, yeah? So he doesn't give a shit about the UK. He left really early on this D-Day commemoration celebration thing, and he got into real trouble. Like, everyone's like, yeah, he's a fake. He does not represent the English people, because no English person would leave that early. They would respect the veterans, the people who gave their life for the country, because these are the best of the English. Like in the old days, before all the bullshit, before political correctness, before degeneracy, these are the men who gave their life for a glorious country. And this is like very sacred to us. And he just comes for like 5 minutes. He's like, oh yeah, I got to do interview elsewhere. I don't care about this shit. So he leaves early. He gets shit for that. And then the people who give him shit for that get called racist. They're like, oh, you're only saying this because he's brown, because he's not white. Well, no, the reason they're saying this is because he's not showing respect to the veterans, because he doesn't see it as a priority, and he leaves early. And and we even know about him. We know about him that England, he doesn't, even though he had spent a lot of time in England since he was young, England's not his favorite place. California is his favorite place. Him and his wife love California. And he even said if he didn't become prime minister, if he didn't ascend in UK politics, he would fuck off to California. Him and his wife really want to live in California. The only reason they're staying in the UK is if he said he will stay in the UK if he ascends in politics. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, but some other like lords, ministers, people he knows, other rich fucking people he knows, got him into this position. And so because he became prime minister, literally at the highest public facing position in the UK, that's why he stayed. And that's why I say, but he doesn't give a shit. It's like he doesn't even love the UK. And the UK population can sense this. They can see this. They know he doesn't care. And one of our most important historic celebration, like we're not very religious anymore, right? We're not like, oh God and yada 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 and come to church on Sunday, but we have like these like historic, like we respect the people who died for the country in World War II to defend us from the Germans, which was a real war. Because it's not like we are just bullying third world people who have inferior technology, right? We are fighting people with a similar level of technology, maybe even slightly superior level of technology, who are bombing our country. And they could have killed us. They could have wiped us out, but they didn't. Okay? And these people died in that war, and we are respecting them and venerating them and celebrating them, our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers and our fathers, depending on your age. And we're respecting them. And this motherfucker, who's meant to be the leader of the country, doesn't give a shit and leaves early. And everybody who says anything about it is a racist. But obviously the reason he doesn't care is because did his father or grandfather or great-grandfather fight for the country? No. Why? Because he's fucking Indian. And bear in mind,
because Indians benefited from World War II. If it was not for World War II, we would still be a colony.
I remember you telling me about that. You were saying how Hitler was very popular in India.
Hitler is very popular in India, not just was, like Mein Kampf
still is
one of the bestseller books in India.
If I go on Amazon India, I'm going to find Mein Kampf on the front page.
Yeah, it's one of the bestsellers. It's very rare to come across someone who doesn't have a copy of the Mein Kampf. I don't know if they've all read it, but a lot of people buy it. The reason is that if it wasn't for Hitler, India would still be a colony. Like Hitler, so from the Western perspective, right? From your perspective, Hitler is evil guy. We're the good people.
I don't think he was evil.
But from Indian perspective, it's like an evil guy fighting eviler guys, where the eviler guys are like the British. So like, fuck you both, kill each other. Very happy about it.
It's like two enemies fighting one another. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So if it wasn't for Hitler, right, India would still be like a slave country.
Well,
so a lot of people think like what he did to the Jews was wrong. Like what Hitler did to the Jews was wrong.
Yeah,
but
of course.
Overall, what he did was beneficial because it helped India become free as a country.
It's like beating the shit out of your wife because she cooked your dinner wrong. It's like excessive punishment. Like just because somebody did something bad, you don't need to go to the most extreme form of punishment to rectify that. but I understand what you're saying. That from an Indian perspective, is like the British. I mean, the thing is, like, I've spoken. So most Indians have like an anti-British view, but I've also spoken to some Indians who wish the British were still there because they think Indians are more corrupt than the British and things were better under the British. But that I
have not
know
met
you
even
won't.
one Indian.
You know
Not
why?
even
Because
one. Like, not
you know
even
what?
one.
Yes, because that is a rarer view, and I think that is like a subsect of higher caste people, basically families that benefited.
No, that doesn't exist. Like things are.
Well, how have I spoken to them then? I'm not gonna like give names or anything, but I've spoken to some Indian people who wish
But
it
were they
was still.
living in India? Were they like
No,
in
no,
India?
no, because they're not old, but their families were living in India. Yes,
No, but they weren't living in India. They aren't
but
Indian.
they
Like
want
they
to.
aren't.
Yes, they are Indian.
No, but are they like? So here's the thing. Right? There's like
Like
two kinds
literal
of Indians.
Indians, literal Indians. They live in India
No,
now.
but are they like born and brought up in India who lived a
Yes,
life in India, or is it like a
yes,
guy who? Yes, okay. That I
literal
have not met
Indians,
that.
native
I've
born
lived
Indians.
here all my life, but
But
never
they
come
are.
across.
I know they are. I know they are minority. I know what it. I know the common. Shall we say the most popular type of Indian is the Britishers. They're evil. They held down India. The Indian economy was 25% of the world, and they took it all. And I know the rhetoric. I know this is the common view. I also know that how like in America, if you like Trump, you're not allowed to say you like Trump. I know in India there are some Indians who liked the British who are not allowed. They don't want to say it because they know it's not going to be good for them if they say it, but they exist. But they are not.
So
They are not the
it's
majority.
not
They are
gonna
not the
happen. Like,
majority.
it's
They're
not a
not the
politically
majority.
charged topic. So if someone said they like the British, it wouldn't like
Oh, if they
get
said,
too
"Oh,
bad.
we want the British to rule India again," when you're in your
Yeah, people would
textbooks,
just look.
you're
It's
like
not like how you would like look at someone with disgust, like this guy's whom
exactly,
like he's
exactly.
gay.
So, do you
This guy's
think they
gay.
want to? So, do you think? And it's not like low caste, low IQ people who feel and think this way. So, do you think they are going to commit this kind of social suicide? No, of course they're not. They're just not going to let it be publicly known. They are going to keep it to themselves. They won't tell you. But like I said, I don't want to make you paranoid. They are not the majority. The majority is your view. The majority has the view that you have. But what I'm saying is that
I would
that
say
is
that
a
I would
significant
rather
minority.
have gay people in India than have that.
No, that's crazy. Now you're speaking crazy. Gay is not better than the British, man. Come on,
Gays are not
man.
traitors. You know what I mean? Like a gay guy just wants to put his dick in another guy's ass. He's not gonna like betray your country. If you know
Well,
what I mean, right?
the thing is, think about it. Yeah, India under English rule was controlled by roughly 10,000 English people who are not adapted to Indian weather, which is really shitty for polar bear humans, aka white people, because they're not adapted to the weather, right? They're very outnumbered. You have to ask yourself, even if they are smarter, because obviously if they're dumber, they are not going to rule, right? So let's just assume they are smarter, right? How is such a small number of men? India was not billions back then; it was like 100 million or something. So, like, how is 10,000 men going to rule over 100 million men? How?
Okay, I can actually tell you that, but it's gonna take like 20 minutes. It's gonna become like Putin's podcast
But
when they go.
I told you before. It's because many Indians betrayed India because the English paid better money and they paid regularly. And India was not one coherent country back then. You had different little kingdoms, and a lot of those like sultans and whatever, they did not pay on time and they paid less. The English paid on time, they paid regularly, and they paid more. So the English literally got Indians to fight Indians by paying them better money. So the Indians betrayed the Indians. And if they didn't betray the Indians, the English never would have kept the control, Like there wasn't enough there was only 10,000 of them against 100 million. If you all came together and said, fuck off, you could have, but you didn't because you wanted the money. That's like, I mean,
You're
what can I
correct.
say?
You're correct. Here's the thing. You're right on the second half, right? It's like you watched part two of the movie, but the part
Okay,
one of the movie,
tell me part one.
part one of the movies, for example, we had the Mughal Empire, which was really strong as an empire. It's
Yeah,
really strong.
I'm
But then the
barbaric.
Mughal Empire fell, right? For lots of reasons, it just fell.
Mm,
And then India, the way it happened was that India got separated into a bunch of different regions. So Sindh was a region, Hyderabad's a region, etc., etc. So kind of
mm,
like how Europe is one. Let's say there's like a big European empire, like the Roman Empire, but then it
mm.
falls, and there's like England, and there
Split
is
up. Yeah.
France and Portugal, what have you.
Like the provinces of the empire become independent nations almost.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
because India at that point, right, it was just so fragmented.
Mm,
People did not think of themselves as like, I am. They knew that they were from Bharat, they were from India, but they were
mm.
more so for their own province or ethnicity, culture, what have you,
Yeah,
as opposed to
they
say
were
for India.
separated.
Now,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's
Yeah.
like how there's like UK and France. Like UK and France are they've fought lots of wars against each other,
We
kind of
have
like that, but everybody with their neighbors. And now this really strong party comes in, and they're like, okay, we got guns, we'll support it. So two people fight, they support one person, and they kind of split the gains, and you do that a lot of times, and you
mm,
end up ruling. The thing is that's part one, right? Part two is
mm,
exactly what you said, where a lot of Indians were lending money to the EIC, the EIC, East India Company, and
mm.
the East India Company would actually pay soldiers on time, and they would pay more. Say, for example, Tipu Sultan's payment was much lesser than the EIC's payment,
The thing is,
and it was
if they were
more
morally
regular.
if they were morally principled and they loved their own people, they would say, "Fuck these foreigners, fuck them. I love my own people. You can pay me more, and you can pay me more often. I don't care. I will get paid less, and I will get paid less reliably." But I will take care of my own people because fuck you. I don't want you foreigners here. Fuck off. And they didn't do that. They didn't do that. They said, yes, we would like more money and we would like it paid more regularly. And they betrayed their own people. That's literally what they did.
Yes, you
That,
are. That's exactly how a lot of Indians will not like hearing this, but that's literally what happened.
I mean, I know they might not like hearing it, but I don't really care what they like hearing because I'm not trying to tell them what they want to hear. My main priority is, am I lying? Am like if I'm telling the truth, then I don't really care. Like because you can accidentally lie. Like you can think something is true, but really it's not true. So if I believe something I said was true, but I'm without realizing I'm spreading misinformation, that would bother me because then I'm thinking I said something with the passion and conviction of truth, but it's not real. And then I would not be happy, right? But if I said the truth and somebody did not like the truth, fuck you. It's the truth. You cannot beat the truth. Like you can dislike me for saying the truth. That's fine. Okay. But it's the truth. So who like if we're gonna talk about like God, who is on the side of God? The person telling the truth or the person upset with the person for telling the truth? I always like to be on the like how I like to orientate myself is, am I on the side of truth? If I'm on the side of truth and what I said was offensive, then I don't like that's whatever. You can hate me or it is what it is, right? But if I lie without meaning to lie, if I believe something is true, but I'm misinformed and I spread it with the passion and conviction of truth, then I feel bad because then I have tried to legitimize something that's not real, and I don't want to do that. To me, the truth is the apex value. It's the thing that matters most. Is this real? Did this really happen? Is this authentic? That's what I care about. So yeah, I'm willing to offend people with the truth, but I don't want to offend people by thinking I'm telling the truth when I'm lying and I don't realize I'm lying. If that makes sense.
That's a digression. I will get to that. I think that just to like continue on what you just said, there
Mm.
are situations where it's good to be delusional. It's good to believe
Yeah.
something that's not true. For example, like Alexander used to believe that he's the son of God. I think
That's just
one of those.
that's motivation. That's not misleading. That's like a motivational thing for yourself. Like it gives you the courage and the
Yeah, but that's
impetus.
kind of like that's what I'm saying, right? So even if it's not
Mm,
true, there are falsehoods that are useful. So I do think that your beliefs have to be
mm.
useful. They don't necessarily have to be truth. So that's like a digression though. But going back to India, what the point I
Yes,
was making is that it's really important to teach your children patriotism, like to respect your
yes,
country,
absolutely,
which is
100%.
something that is being done in India right
And
now. So
foreigners. If you have a significant foreign population, you must also treat them respect for your country. Otherwise, they will love their own country, even though they live in your country, because your country provides superior material living standards and resources to their country. So even though you gave them everything, they will hate you because you're different from them. They will love their own country, even though their own country wasn't good enough to help their family fucking survive. And then you just have random foreign bullshit
I
in
don't
your
think you
country.
can convert a foreigner, in my opinion. Right? I don't think, let's say you bring a white guy to India and you
Mm.
raise him with Indian values. I think to
I
some
think it's
extent he would
possible.
still be a foreigner. Like he would not be, he cannot be
Indians
truly Indian. Unless you have.
Indians will not see him as Indian. Even if he sees himself, say he was there from a young age, so like as a child, and he speaks Hindi and he does all the little different head bubbles, they move the head in like different ways, right? He can have all the culture of India, but Indians will look at him, they will always see a white man. So even if he feels Indian and say he speaks like Hindi and Urdu and whatever, or Punjabi, right? And say he was being there since a child, because he is white, other Indians will never see him as Indian, even if to him and his mind, he is Indian because all he knows is India. Like India is like his lifeblood. He was always there. His whole experience and history is there. His memories are there. To him, he knows he's different. He looks different. But to him, his whole experience is India. He feels like an Indian, but other Indians will never accept him as Indian because he does not look like an. They will think they think he's a white man. They just think he's a white man who's really good at speaking their languages. Like, whoa, why are you so good at speaking this? And he can have like a full conversation in their local dialect, right? But to him, he's an Indian. But to them, he's
Yeah,
not an Indian.
but that's not. You are correct about that, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is that to be like, so okay, right now, right, modern day, you to get an Indian passport, right, to get an Indian citizenship, you just have to be born in India.
And you
But
can't be
what does it actually
Pakistani.
mean to belong to a country, right? It's not just being born in that place or having a passport or like a legal document
Hey,
saying you are.
you know what, right? You if your parent or grandparent is Pakistani, you're not allowed to visit India.
Of course,
That's great, but they didn't conquer you. But
but they're terrorists.
English people who did conquer you are allowed to visit.
So
like,
if
like,
modern day
why?
Indian people aren't trying to like you know blow up trains in Mumbai, but Pakistani people have done that in the past. So
Okay, so what you're saying is Pakistani people like blowing up. Was that a crane? Did you? I'm not. I don't.
train.
Okay,
There
so
were
blow
a
up a
lot
crane,
of
right?
train
So
bombings done by terrorists
right. So this is what's funny to me. So they blew something up. What do you say in Dubai?
in India,
In India, okay. So
in
they blew
Mumbai.
up. Sorry, I thought you said Dubai. You said Mumbai. Okay, so
So
because
they've done it multiple times. So they've like blown up a train. They've attacked like a hotel in India. So it's happened so many
okay,
times
so
that
they've blown up random things. So you just banned them, right? But
yeah.
we conquered your lands for centuries,
But
and
you
we
aren't
are
doing
not.
it right now. You're not a
Um,
threat today.
okay. Fair enough. I'm just thinking it's funny to me because I think we did worse than them, but we're not banned. But they are banned. And they did not do as like from your perspective, the injury they have inflicted on you is less than an injury we inflicted on you. But we are not. We can visit, but they cannot visit. Like to me, that's just crazy. It's like we did way worse than them, but we are allowed to go, but they're not allowed to go because they did this
You think of
smaller
it like
thing.
this. You had a war with France. You've had lots of war with France, but you're not
Oh
currently
yeah,
at war with France. But
yeah.
if say some country, Portugal, starts like sending terrorists to your country, they're blowing up stuff, then probably you would prevent
You know what's
Portugal
funny?
from entering.
Portugal is Portugal is the longest standing ally of the UK. Most people don't know that. We have like a
Why are they so
600.
poor though?
We have like a 600-year alliance with them. Like it's actually
Portuguese
it's the
is
longest
like
alliance in political history. UK and Portugal, you can ask ChatGPT, is the longest political alliance in all of human history. Like it's like 600-year alliance between. I think when when like Portugal went to like Goa and in India, and
yeah, they lost
we
to
we
India.
we we, we, we yeah, everybody's fighting for India, like, oh, give us the spices and the Gucci shit, right? Like India, well, sorry, Portugal and the UK stayed out of one another's way. We never had a fight, and we became allies. And we said, if one person attacks the other, we will help you. And we never had to help each other, and we never fought one another. We literally have one of the longest standing political alliances in the history of the world. There's like 600-year alliance between the UK and Portugal, which is really funny. No, hardly anybody realizes, but Portugal was our oldest. Like everybody thinks, oh, UK and US. No, we were allies with Portugal before USA even existed.
Interesting. Portuguese, these guys used to have an empire, and now they're like the poorest country in Europe, maybe after Romania or Spain.
Yes, they're even they're more poor than us. That's very
So
true. They had Brazil.
interesting to see how these empires fall. Like even the Dutch people used to have an empire.
Yes, but what you must realize is their original, where they come from, their homeland is very small. Portugal is a very small landmass on the Iberian Peninsula. So if you look at Portugal next to Spain, very small. If you look at Netherlands next to, say, Germany and France, very small. They don't have a large population. It's a very small landmass. The fact that such a tiny landmass could exert such an exponential outsized influence on the world stage is quite frankly incredible. And you cannot expect it to last. How does it, and to a slightly larger extent, it's the same for the UK. Like 25% of the planet was under UK control. We are just a small island in Northwest Europe, and we controlled hundreds of millions of people when we were like 30 million. Is the numbers, and like the territory under control is much bigger than our territory, and the number of people under control is much bigger than our people. They have more land, they have more people, but we ruled over them. And it's the same for the Portuguese and for the Dutch, but on a smaller level for them, because they have even fewer people than us, and their lands are even smaller than ours. Like the UK is small. Portugal is even smaller than the UK. Holland/Netherlands is even smaller than the UK. The fact these tiny countries had empires that controlled much vaster territories with much bigger populations is fucking insane. It's like it's like one tiny district of India and it's like controlling South America or something. You were like, what the fuck? How they do that? It literally makes you wonder how. But no, you're right. Portugal nowadays is, it's just a small little place. It doesn't really have a lot of influence. I mean, it has the benefit of being in Western Europe, so it's a generally safe place. It's not bordered by warlike or religiously zealous nations. It's bordered by Spain. It has one border with Spain.
Recently, I was watching a video of an Islamic ritual being performed in London, where they tap their chest and what have you.
Yeah.
And it reminded me of this speech given by this guy. He's like the foreign minister for the UAE. And he said that in the future, there will be a lot more terrorism coming out of Europe because Europeans are arrogant enough to think that they understand Muslims and Islams better than we do. And what are your
I've seen
thoughts on
that.
that? Because
I don't. Okay, I agree with him. I agree with his prognosis that more Islamic terrorism will come out of Europe, but I don't agree with his reasoning that it's because Europeans believe they understand them better than he and his people do. It's not because Europeans think they understand them better, it's because Europeans are not ruthless enough with them. So the problem he identified, or what he predicted, that there will be more Islamic terrorism from Europe, I believe that is accurate and correct. What I don't believe is accurate and correct is the reason he gives for why that is allowed to come to pass or to manifest, which is that Europeans believe they understand Islam better than he does. Europeans don't believe they understand Islam. Europeans don't study the Quran. Europeans don't, like, generally speaking generally, right? I'm not speaking of like individual people. You know, an individual European person may read the Quran. They may have many Muslim friends. They may understand scripture, but we're speaking in a general population level, right? At a general population level, the average European doesn't believe they understand Islam and doesn't want to understand Islam and doesn't really care about Islam other than how it impacts them and their family and their society and their standard of living. So obviously, the more influence Islam gains within their society, the more they care about it, not because they love it and because they want to become a part of it, but because they want to stop it spreading within their society and affecting their society. So, yeah, what he says about Europeans thinking I don't think Europeans think they understand Islam. I don't think they even want to be honest. I just think that they're not ruthless enough in stopping the fundamentalist spread of it within Europe. So like within India, for example.
I think what he meant, just to interject,
Mm,
about understanding Islam is that a lot of Europeans, right? This is the
mm,
thought I've understood, is that they
mm,
think that they can integrate Muslims into their society via education, and they think that if this guy lives here, his children will be more, say, European than from wherever he came from.
mm,
And what the guy is saying is that that is not the case because, at least from my understanding, right, like Muslims are taught the Quran from the very beginning of their life,
mm,
and they're taught that all other laws except the ones mentioned in the Quran are man-made laws. So I think what he's trying to say is that it's very difficult or not as simple to say Europeanize a Muslim that it's not from Europe. I think that's how I understand his statement.
mm. Yeah. Hmm. I mean, a Muslim will always be a Muslim first and foremost, no matter where they're from. So a Muslim can be born in France or Germany or Italy or Spain or England, and the primary form of identification will not be I am French, I am Spanish, I am German, I am Italian, I am English. The primary form of identification will be I am Muslim. Their religion will always come before their nationality. Now, does their nationality impact their behavior? Yes, it does. If you think, let's say, a Bangladeshi living in the UK is the same as a Bangladeshi from Bangladesh because they're both Muslim, you are wrong. Because the Bangladeshi who lives in the UK he lives with exposure to the white man in exposure of Westerners. And even if he doesn't like Westerners and doesn't want to be exposed to those things, he is exposed to those things, and those things have an influence on him. And that's assuming the very worst case, that he doesn't want to be. Some of them actually like it. They like Westerners. They don't all hate West. Everyone thinks, they hate the white man. They hate Westerners. No, they just hate nonsense. They hate delusional bullshit, which white right-wing people also hate. Like they're not like, for example, they don't like LGBT shit being promoted and institutionalized and normalized. Neither does the right wing.
It's like a love-hate relationship, the
But
right wing.
it's almost like there are. But I mean, the thing is also that the Islam has overlaps with the left wing in the sense that the left wing will give them more money. The right wing won't give them more money. Right wing politicians will not give Muslims more money because a lot of Muslims in the West are unfortunately not very high IQ, but they don't want their women to work and to be outside the home. So they claim welfare, they claim money from the system. And the left wing will give them more. So basically, the right wing more accurately represents their views.
Ideologically aligned versus
Yes,
financially aligned.
yes, you have it on one. The left wing will give them more money. The right wing is what they like. A Western Muslim will have more in common with me as a white man, as a Western white man, as a right wing Western white man, than they will with a left wing Western white man. If I talk with them and a left wing white man talks with them, who will they like more, me or the left wing Western white man? They will like me more. They will agree with me. We won't agree on everything, but they will agree with me more. We will have more common ground, right? But who is going to give them more money? Me or people like me or people in power who are like me or people who are in power who disagree with them, who are like pro LGBT, who are pro feminism, the left wing people. The left wing people will give them more. Basically, the left wing people bribe them, but the right wing people agree more with them, and that is the split. You see,
I've noticed that
West,
Muslims tend to
West,
overwhelmingly vote left, at least in India. Like they overwhelmingly vote left.
yeah, for freebies, it's bribery. Not because they share the views, but because they want free stuff. In the West, that I don't know. In India, I don't know. I can't speak for India, but in the West, it's because they want free. They want more money. They want free housing or whatever. That's how it is here. I can't speak for your country. You can speak better for your country than mine because you understand the systems in place and how Indian government works. Even if you're not a political expert, you know it better than me because you fucking live there. You know people from there. You have a more accurate data than I do. And
So
and
in
the same for me
India,
with my country.
the right wing hates Muslims. There are like open speeches against Muslims. So I can totally
Mm,
see the Muslim perspective. Like, yeah, why would you vote for the right wing? The right
mm,
wing is saying shit like, yeah, fuck these guys. They don't like Muslims. The right wing and the Muslims hate each other. Okay, in India,
mm. Yeah,
and the left wing is not in power. So the way it is right now is that the left wing was almost dead for a while, and
Mm,
the right wing was basically like it had the overwhelming majority of votes. So the left wing
mm,
really likes to say coddle or seek out the Muslim votes because for them it's like a safe way to get a lot of votes and to stay to exist, to continue to exist.
mm,
So that's kind of the situation right now. Although I will say that in India, right, pretty it's good to have some amount of competition, just to keep things sane, because what happens is that Indians, I don't know if it's a genetic thing, but this is just my own opinion of my country, like just
mm,
my own experience, that power tends to corrupt Indian people faster than others. At least that's my understanding. And
mm.
I think that I've seen this with a lot of politicians, where if they're in power for too long, they tend to become extremely cut off from reality. Like
Fucking
they
delusional motherfuckers. Yeah, yeah.
they become like like I am everything and everything I say is correct. So it's good to have some amount of balance and to have some competition. It's not good to be like to have a situation where there's only one person in power and there's
Mm.
literally no one who can compete with him. It's good to have some amount of fear. If I don't do a good job, then this other person can win and he can take my seat. So it's important for me to stay real and do a good job,
You
keep
know,
people
you
happy.
know, you know what this makes me think of. What you're saying. You probably know this saying. I think of it as an English saying: "Iron sharpens iron." Do you know the saying? It's an idiom.
Yep,
Iron,
yep.
iron
There's
sharpens
a
iron.
Hindi equivalent of that.
Do you have a Hindi version?
Yep.
You're stealing our wisdom. I'm joking.
So we have a lot of Hindi proverbs like that. I'm happy to
Yeah.
take what is useful from everybody. I don't hate the
Of course
British
you
for
should.
that
Of
same
course you
reason.
should.
I'm like,
No, of course you should. Because you know why? Because it's true. It's true, right? If it's
it's
true,
useful. I don't know if it's true or not,
it
but
is
it's
true.
useful.
But hang on, it is true. Like, if somebody is very good at something, right? But they are the enemy, you can learn from them, right? Because they are they are good at what they do. So you don't have to be on the same side to learn. Like if you are wise, you will learn from your enemy. You don't have to like your enemy. The thing is, if they are very good, you may fall in love with them a little bit because you're like, fuck, you're really good at this. I want to be good at this, right? And you may admire them a little bit, and that's normal. If someone's very good at something that you want to be good at, but you are not as good at, you will admire them a little bit because you want to be good at it. But you have you're on a different team, you have different incentives. They want to do something against you, they want to do something against them, right? That's normal. So that's fine. That's where the value comes from. Being able to leverage the enemy, use the enemy, and take what they do well and apply it to your own interests, that is wisdom. And that's the truth, right? Like if they do it well, whatever process or system, just because they used it in a way that you don't like, that is not useful to you, doesn't mean it's inherently useless and isn't useful and that you can't benefit from it and use it for yourself. It's just about literally appropriating, taking what they did and using it and applying it to your own context and your own intentions and desires. That's what it is. And think about it. If you get fucking conquered by people who are not better than you, then you're getting conquered by people who are not better than you. And that's even more humiliating, right? You just can't learn anything from them. We let the losers, like if you're going to get conquered by someone, it may as well be by people better than you. You want to get conquered by people worse than you? That's even more humiliating. You can't learn shit off them. It's just like they just outnumbered us. There was like 1 million of them and like 100,000 of us. And now we have this loser culture because they outnumbered us. But no, you have the opposite. You have like 10,000 people against like 100 million. And it's like, well, how did they do that? What, at least there is some value there. You know what I'm saying? It'd be more humiliating if, like, I don't know, the Australian Aborigines conquered India. It'd be even more humiliating because it'd be like, how do they do that? With inferior numbers, how do they do that? I mean, it's not actually feasible. No, they wouldn't be able to do that. But do you get? I hope you understand my point, that there is some value to be extracted from that, which you can apply and use for your own use case. So you should always try to leverage the enemy. Always, like if the enemy is skilled, you can admire. You don't have to be on their side, but you can appreciate how good they were and use it and take it and apply it to your own thing. It's like the truth is the truth, right? Even if the truth was used against you, you can take it and use it for your own use case. And that's what I think. And I think Indians, I really hope, not just Indians, but all previous colonized countries, they get over the fucking trauma and bullshit of the past. I'm thinking, oh, some other country controlled us, like whatever, fucking, like make your own destiny. Like nobody is controlling you anymore. Do your own shit. Be the best that you can. Prove that you are worth.
The Israel mindset.
Show you are worth your independence. Show that you are worth not being a slave. Show that you can be a contribution to humanity. Contribute to humanity. Invent things. Be better. Show us the improvements. You can put all your patriotism and nationalism as Indian brilliance, whatever. Indians are leading the world, blah, 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 blah. We invented this, we invented that. We are the best, we are the greatest, yada, yada. Makes you feel good. Excellent. But at the end of the day, you're still contributing to humanity, right? You're still making the earth a better place by being brilliant. And even if you do it for egotistical purposes, it doesn't matter. It's still making the world a better place. Everybody is going to benefit. Just like colonialism was like, the evil colonialists, whatever, they stole all the resources, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, without their language and without their technology, would you be where you are now? It's like you benefited from them, even though you don't like them, and you can benefit the world, even if you only care about your own people, just by following your own passion and trying to be the best. Like how do I put this? Independence, sovereignty, power, imposing your will is done through brilliance, skill, and through the capacity to manage yourself. Nations that can't manage themselves, who aren't brilliant enough, who don't have the skills, will fall subject to the influence of other nations. That's simply how it is and how it always has been. Like, do you think the psychopaths in some highly developed country are not going to take advantage of some less developed country that has resources? Of course they would take advantage of them. And it's like your country has its own psychopaths as well, right? It's not like you're all like super morally virtuous and you're all super naive and these evil non-virtuous people came and take advantage of you. It's not that. It's that your worst evil people fought our worst evil people and lost. That's all it is, right? That's literally all it is. And it's like the best people from your lands are responsible for that, and the most moral people from our lands are responsible for that. It's just the way it fucking works. So it's like, if you want to be patriotic and nationalistic and you want to further and benefit your country, it's like you said, which I think was a very good thing you said, is you take the best from everywhere, which includes your enemies, includes the people that hurt you, historically oppressed you, whatever. You look at what they did right because it's true, because it's timeless. Just because it came, because it works. Like, it doesn't matter where it came from, because it works. You use it. It's good for you too. It will work for you also. And that's the value. You don't have to invent the wheel. You just need to realize where it works, use it for yourself, and apply it to your own shit, and use it for your own will and intentions and desires, within line with your own ideology, to build up your
China
your own
has
people.
Capitalism, the capitalism with Chinese.
The capitalism with Chinese characteristics. Yeah, it's funny. It's like they try to pretend they're still communist, but they're not. They're like, it's basically capitalism, but the Chinese government gets to tell you what to do if you upset them. That's what it is. That's really what it is, right? It's capitalism. Basically, Chinese government leave you alone. Yeah, it's full capitalism. You can do what you like, but if you upset the government, you cannot do what you like. That's it.
That's not true. That's not true.
Really? Okay. What did I say wrong?
So it's on full capitalism. For example, if you in full capitalism, right? If you can become as rich as you want, but not in China, right? In China, if you become rich and you become popular, then suddenly your net worth goes from whatever amount of billions to zero.
Well, like, they have capital controls, right?
No. They just kidnap you, like Jack Ma disappeared. Haven't heard from him in a while.
But he was a billionaire before he got kidnapped. Before that, he disappeared. Why would they let him get that rich before kidnapping?
Basically, you cannot become so influential that you might actually be a threat to the Communist Party.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So you can be rich but not influential, like politically.
Yeah, exactly.
You can be influential in business, but not in politics. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There are other differences. For example, a lot of times Chinese governments have just taken assets. So they're like, okay, so we like this factory, we're going to take it, and there's nothing you can do about it. There are various differences between Chinese capitalism and capitalism as you know it, but
they just take your shit. They don't give a shit about property rights. Like for example, if you are a billionaire in the West, it's very hard for Western governments to do any, they basically the main recourse they have against you is to take you to court to have a legal battle, right? And you are very rich, so you can afford the best lawyers, and you will have a legal battle, right? So in the West, justice comes down to the courts. And I'm not saying all judges are uncorrupt, but what I'm saying is that if you need to take your chances and you need to go to court, you want to be in a Western court. Maybe not for family law, because those courts are corrupt. But if it's not family, if it's business, you want to be in a Western court, right? But
correct.
With the Chinese, it's the opposite. If you are a billionaire, the Chinese government can just take your shit. They can seize your capital. They for a start, if you're a Chinese billionaire, even before you upset the government, you have to keep most of your assets in local currency. You cannot even convert into other currency. You cannot, not even Bitcoin, like just USD, GBP, euros. They force you to keep the value in the local currency. They won't say, oh, you have like all this renminbi, whatever, you can convert. No, you can convert a very small amount into USD, and USD is what's valuable for global trading and for buying like safe haven assets in foreign countries where the government cannot seize your assets, cannot seize your property. So you have a very this is the rich people in countries with very strong capital controls. It's like you're rich, but your riches are very vulnerable because your government has so much power over you. In the West, this is not true. If you're rich in the West, the government cannot do this to you. Like if you're rich in the UK or the US, the government can't just make you poor and just stop you investing elsewhere and take everything off you. They can't do that. Rich people in the West are truly like they can fight the government. Rich people in the East, in like China or whatever, like the government can just literally click their fingers and make them a nobody in 5 seconds. It's entirely different.
This is a big reason why there's much more entrepreneurship in the West than in the East, because you actually get to keep your money. But I'll give you like a
property rights. It comes down to property rights. Western nations respect your property rights. Eastern, like a lot of Eastern nations do not. They will just steal your shit and call it legal. If you upset, especially if you upset the government, if you speak against the government, like on social media or whatever, say you're like talking against the CCP and you live in Beijing, and you're saying, "Oh, Xi Jinping, he's a fucking asshole," blah blah blah. Taiwan should be independent, blah blah blah. And you're some rich guy, just like watch your fucking social credit score just diminish and just steal your shit off you. Like, obviously, I'm speaking kind of blasé, but there's truth in what I'm saying, right? Like they will do that. But the thing is, Western governments wish they could do that to rich Westerners, but they can't. In the West, they can only bully you if you're poor or if you don't have rich friends. But in the East, they can bully you even if you're rich.
I would not say in the East. I would say that's specific to China, not in the East, not East in general. Like you can't do that in India.
If you have political connections, so this also applies to China. If you have political connections, then you can be rich and not have political connections, right? Like you can be very good at business, but not have political. Like obviously, if you have political connections,
for example,
anywhere,
in India, right, the government cannot magically wipe out your money. It's not possible, right? In India is a lot like the British, like in the UK or USA, for that matter, where the government can't just come and say, "Fuck you, we're taking all this over." That's not how it works. Like Indians will file a case on the government, and that's gonna go on for a long time. It's not in the government can't just come and take your shit, right? That's not how it works here. But in China, they can do that.
Well, they can't do asset seizures and just like freeze your asset. See, these are some good. So you inherited some British legal systems.
We kind of copy pasted it.
Do you know what? You know what? Someone told me that what was it? English bureaucracy is the worst, and India copied all the worst English bureaucracy. So it's like bureaucracy in India is like dealing with English people, but you need to bribe them, and it's slow.
It's definitely slow. But here's the thing, right? Like I told you last time, what is the alternative? So all the people hating bureaucracy, like you have a better system, I'm happy to hear it, but no one offers a better system. It's kind of like, fuck this medicine sucks. But do you have a better medicine? Like, do you have something better to replace it with? Do you have a solution to this?
I mean, you are allowed to hate something and not know how to fix it better than the current way it's being fixed. But also, I appreciate what you're saying. It's like, well, we don't have a better way of doing things, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's just like, for a lot of people, right? Like, it's very easy to criticize a system, Like, I'm speaking as an entrepreneur. Like, it's very easy to say, this is good, this doesn't work, but like, you have a better idea, I'm happy to hear it. But if you don't, like, it's like it doesn't actually help, it doesn't, the criticism does. So I'll give you like a better example, right? Like I have like so my hair on an average day, even if I comb it, they kind of become very dissemblable. What's the word for it? But they're everywhere, And sometimes people will tell me, hey,
Messy.
why don't you comb your hair? They're very messy. Yeah, they're very messy. And I'm like, I've tried combing my hair. And they'll be like, oh, okay. And they'll be like, so your
So
hair very
you'll
messy.
just be like, at least I'm not going bald. I have very good genetics as a man. No
I have a thing
receding
like that.
hairline.
I'm happy to hear all comments about my hair, but
Happy to
it
hear
has to
all
come with
comments
a
about
healthy
my.
progression.
You should be politician. I'm happy to hear all comments about my hair.
But I want like a valuable, helpful suggestion along
Like
with a comment. I just
you
don't want.
better.
I don't want just a comment.
I want cause and effect and reasoning behind why my hair is shit, and I also want good reasoning behind how I can improve the situation with my hair. If you're giving me useless information, fuck off.
Exactly.
The thing is,
what do you?
look,
I know my hair is messy. The fuck can I do about it?
the thing is, some people they just want to complain for catharsis, right? So to feel like catharsis, to emotionally feel better, because by complaining, now they said it doesn't bother them, and they feel good. They don't feel as bad about the thing that was annoying them because they spoke it, right? So some people, they just say things because by saying it, now they feel better because they said it. That's the only reason they say it. They're not saying it to help you. They're not saying it for analytical, logical reasons, or because they, it's like a root cause analysis. Oh, this is the reason why this thing isn't working, and it would work if you did this. They don't have anything useful to say. The reason they are speaking is because on an emotional level, it bothers them, and by complaining, now it stops bothering them because they feel like you heard them.
They're acting like women.
Yes, correct. And you see, if you know women well enough, this is how it goes. You know the trick to dealing with women is making them feel like you listened to them when you didn't listen to them. But they must believe you listened. If they think you didn't listen, it's if they believe you listened when you didn't, and you're like, oh, that's really bad. Like, the thing is, as a man, you don't want to pollute your
Waste brain
mind.
cells.
You don't want to pollute your mind with nonsense, right? You don't want to waste too much energy and time on things that really are useless. Now, to her, it's very important, but that's because it's bothering her. But that doesn't mean it's useful information. So she wants you to dedicate extra time and energy to something that's really not worth it. So what you must do is you must appear as if you really thought really hard about it and you care about it. And in the end, you concluded it's not so bad and just forget about it. And she's like, oh, thank you for listening. And I sound kind of glib, but really this is a very significant thing between men and women. Women love to tell us things that are fucking boring and irrelevant. And if we don't see, like, if we we're just like, this is stupid bullshit. Why are you telling me this? It's not helping, because we think, oh, we told them the truth. This is helpful information because we told them the truth. And they are thinking he doesn't care, he's insensitive, blah, blah, blah. They are less likely to cooperate with us because now when they have an issue in the future, they don't trust us enough to tell us because they think we're insensitive on whatever. And it's like, why are we insensitive? Well, the reason we are insensitive is because it's nonsense, and because dealing with it, like processing this information and giving it lots of thinking and emotional energy, actually isn't very useful. The only use it has is to make you feel better because somebody listened to you. That's the only use. But in terms of actual logical utility, it's not that useful. So we're not going to make more money. We're not going to improve the family in any like significant way. But you will resent us more because we didn't take you seriously, because we didn't listen to your fucking bullshit and treat it seriously and make you feel better about it. And now you like us a little bit less because that's how we behaved. And that's women. That is part of the burden of women. Well, at least if you're committed to one, anyway.
they want to feel important, they want to feel like you care for them, that even though you were really busy, you took out time for them. So that's
Yeah,
just
so I was,
completely
I,
right.
was, I was talking to Elon Musk earlier, but I'm going to listen to like 10 minutes about how that girl annoyed you because she looked at you in a certain way, and that's so bad. Oh yeah, like
In all fairness, though, I will say that it's very important to keep your woman in a decent mood. Like, I don't mean it in a being in a slavish way, but
mm,
for example, if something is really bothering her,
mm,
it's probably in your interest
it is.
to
Yeah.
talk about it with her, just to calm her down and to offer a solution after she's done speaking, even if it's not very useful.
Mm,
Because at the
maybe.
end of the day, right, like, you want to be in a happy family. You don't want the wife to be
Yes.
really stressed out and unhappy and crying or what have you.
You need to make, basically, as a man, you need to maintain her, which means ensure her emotional state is not fucked up, and when
But this
it's
is
fucked
kind
up,
of why I was telling you earlier why it's important to have a woman who's capable. Because a capable
mm,
woman has this type of bullshit it happens far less
she
frequently.
she will bullshit you differently. Okay, the woman you speak of will bullshit you differently. So there's trade-offs. There's trade-offs to this shit. So I think your thinking is that a woman who is less sensitive is less likely to get upset. She's less likely to bring you problems, and therefore she needs less babysitting, and therefore she is like superior, more desirable partner. Does that sound fair or accurate to you?
Not just less sensitive, but I mean just more capable. Like, if she has a problem, she's not gonna start crying about it, but
Mm,
she'll be able to solve a lot of problems by herself
mm.
without needing my support.
Right. You got to think of, right, is do you want your woman to not need you? Like, if you're a child,
For a lot of things, yes.
for a lot of, but not entirely, right?
Not
Because if
entirely,
she
but
doesn't need you at all, why is she with you? What is your value contribution to her? You have to think from her perspective as well. What are
I
you?
have the best genes for children.
I love how you're just like, I am God. I will give, I will give you the best. Yeah.
Life is better with me than without me. I think that's the value
Yes,
proposition.
yes, exactly. Right. But she is less inclined to think of that if she doesn't need you for anything because she can do it. Like, why is he here? Like, literally, he contributes to your spam. Okay. What else? Why do I like have your spam? The child exists. Why do I need you now? Like, what are you good for? Like, if she's not in love with you, if she's not like irrationally obsessed with you and thinks you're amazing because she's in love with you, why does she need you? And it works in reverse. Like, why do we need them? If we're not in love with them, why and we have the child, why do we need them? They're just annoying. Why don't you need to put up with your stupid female bullshit? I have my son now.
They're
Fuck you.
always annoying. I will not say they're always annoying. Like, they're annoying sometimes. But like, being mad, I've been mad for like more. I'm close to a year now.
Yeah.
Not fully, but close
We
to a
haven't
year. But
spoken. We haven't spoken much about that. If you don't mind speaking about that, how are you finding them? How are you finding marriage, man?
it's better than being single in a lot of
Mm,
ways. It
mm,
you have to be a little more responsible now. For example, right back when I was single, I could do
mm,
more. Like, I could do more things that were riskier. Like, I could like have a camp in the middle of the jungle at night, but I
yeah,
can't do that anymore. It's not safe for the woman. So kind of takes away some freedoms from your life, but
mm,
overall it's very beneficial. I mean, you get like food made with love, and someone who takes care of you, and
mm.
someone who can take care of little tasks in your life. So
If she respects you, she'll
overall,
be cute.
sorry.
If she respects you, she'll be cute, and you'll enjoy the indulgences that come from a woman's warmth and grace.
Of course. So it's been a good day. Like I would recommend marriage. Like no, I don't mean like to the average woman, right? Like, I mean like to a good woman who is
You
like
mean to a wife like yours? Yeah, I know you're not. I know you're not talking about average white woman. Because right. Here's the thing, right? A lot of foreigners, they don't like white people. They speak badly of Westerners and white people, right? And then I speak badly of white people, and they think, oh, we both hate white people. I don't hate white people. I am white. I don't hate white people. I don't hate Western people. But
I
I'm
just find
on
it
it.
weird that they want to put their dick inside of the man's ass. Like that's
No,
a
no,
little
no.
weird. It's not
Okay,
that much, it's weird.
like, listen. Most of them do not want to do this. Okay, I just want you to know. Okay, most of them are not trying to. It's a psyop. They have convinced the foreigners that all the Westerners want to fuck the men with the men.
Hey, you
But
guys
it's not
replaced
true.
the flag with with the flag of having wanting to put your dick in another man's
If
ass.
you
We didn't do that. You did that.
listen, if you want to take that flag to any low income neighborhood in the West, it's probably gonna get teared down. Okay, only the crazy, delusional, brainwashed, overly educated people are gonna be accepting of that. Like the thing is, there's a lot of people who do not have the courage to defy it, but they don't really like it. They don't want to lose their job. They don't want to lose their job for saying I don't like gays. So they won't say I
It's
don't
a
like gays,
protected class
but
in
they
the
don't.
society.
Yeah, they don't.
The elite.
They don't like it, but they're not powerful enough to say I don't like it and and not be punished because the elites like it. The elites want it. The elites are like, you must like the gays, and the poor people are like, we don't want to like the gays, and the rich people are like, you must like the gays. They are special. You are racist, bigot, fucking homophobic, bigot, whatever. You must like the gays. You don't want to like you only earn $30,000 a year, bitch. You must like the gays. Like, and they can't do shit. And they're like, please, we don't want to like the gays. They're like, you must like the gays. Your children, we will take them to school and we'll teach them to like the gays. And this is why there's resentment and there is a split between the average Westerner and the government. They say, oh, you Westerners, you have democracy. Trust me, Western governments do not represent the desire or will of the people. Whatever the bullshit the government is putting out and whatever the average Westerner puts out is completely different. Now, if you talk to the average Western person and you ask them about gays, you say, so what do you think about men fucking men in the ass? They will probably say to you, if they want to do that, then we don't want to know and don't promote it and don't put the flags and the policy. Like, if you want to do this stuff, you can do this stuff, but please don't tell us and do not make us look at it. Do not make us hear about it. Do not make it political. We don't want to know. Okay. Do not, and definitely don't put it on the children. If you try to put it on the children, you really upset them. That really pisses them off. The drag queen story.
You guys gotta stop being homophobic.
The drag queen story hour. Yeah, well, you know what?
Homosexuality is like the best topic to teach kids according to the government.
Almost all humans, for the majority of humanity, by their standards, are homophobic. Okay, so who is really the quite unquote normal or virtuous? Not them.
I see. So you would say that it's like something that white people came up with, they're like a true value. Human rights are a Western concept. Like, I would agree with that.
It's not even a white thing. It's like an academic thing. Like academics, they never do real life. They never do. Like you were talking about entrepreneurs earlier. They never do business. They never get real feedback from reality. They just get paid money forever, despite taking no risks. They come out with these nonsense ideas. The nonsense ideas get popularity. They get popularity amongst other academics. They recommend these nonsense ideas to the government. Then the government incorporates these nonsense ideas into policy. And then regular, normal people are forced to obey these nonsense ideas. It's kind of like that. Like the average Westerner, the average Westerner is not gay. Okay, I just gonna tell you, we're not trying to fuck each other in the ass, and it's trust me, dude, I will pay for your flight. You can come here. I will take you to I will take you to 20 different average neighborhoods, okay, in the UK. I will tell, and you can ask them. You say, "Do you like game? You like men fucking men in the ass?" They're gonna tell you,
No,
"Not
no, no.
really,
See, that's the
not
thing. Like,
really."
they won't admit it. It's like how we have creators in India who like the British Empire. Like they're not gonna admit it to you.
Yeah, but they will admit it's you if I'm with you. It's okay. They will if I'm with you. They will admit it. I would say it's okay. You can tell him the truth. He's not one of these fucking, you're not going to get in trouble because you said the truth to a brown man. Okay, you're allowed to like, see. I'm white. I'm his friend. Okay, he's my friend. You can tell him the truth. We'll tell you the truth, man. And they will say, no, we don't really approve of this gay shit. That's what I will tell you. But the media, social media, and the internet makes you think, oh, all the Westerners, they are just like, they just like pro-gay. Like, this is nonsense. Most people here are not in
Nah,
support of
man,
that.
come on. See, you gotta admit, that where there's fire, where there's smoke, there's fire. There's a lot of truth to the fact that Westerners like gay people. Like, they like being gay. I don't know why.
You're just like, you know what? That motherfuckers that conquered us, now they gay. And I love it. the gay conquerors.
You can't tell me that it doesn't exist and the government is pushing it like that.
No, I'm telling you.
There's a lot of
Hang on,
gayness
this
in
is
the
what
West.
okay, this is what I'm trying to tell you. It is more acceptable in the West than it is outside of the West. But the people who accept it within the West are not the average everyday working class person. And some of them will pretend to agree with it because they are scared, but they don't really believe it. It's like when you're like overeducated, you're over institutionalized, like the system has taught you to think and believe a certain thing in a certain way. There are Westerners like this, right? So like they don't want to lose their job, and they're cowards. They do not want to admit, I don't like the idea of gay people. I don't like. I honestly, I think the average Western view of gays is, if they want to do it, let them do it in private, but we don't want this to be made normal and popular. Like, please, like, don't impose it on the rest of us. Like, if you are genuinely gay, say you're a gay man, right? Say you're a man and you love another man, and you want to spend your life with this other man, sexually, romantically, then you can do this, but we don't want to know about it. We don't want you to tell us. We don't want to see it. We don't want the stupid flags, okay? We don't need you. We don't need you to have a parade and be like, haha, we're gay. We don't, like, please do not show us.
I find the concept of the pride parade so interesting.
Yeah,
Like, imagine being proud of, like, if you say it's normal, right? Imagine being proud of something you consider normal.
It's not
like,
normal.
imagine someone saying, I'm proud of being straight. Like,
it was like, I love fucking women. It's like, I love pussy. Like, give me the pussies.
So, see, here's the thing, right? Personally, I don't hate gays. Like, I think, if someone wants to get fucked by a man, put his dick inside another dude's
they're not worth hate. They're not
go
worth...
to the UK, do it there, don't do it here. And please don't be Indian.
How I see it, please don't be Indian. You know what? You do have your fair number of gays. But what I want to say is that if these people, they just need to keep it private and not try to make it political. Like, don't try to make a political identity around being gay, and do not try to force the majority of people who are not comfortable with your lifestyle to accept your lifestyle. The difference between the West and the East is that in the West, these people are able to force, at least superficially, acceptance of their lifestyle on the rest of the population. Now, the rest of the population
East is that the East, people in the East are violent. They will not, like, stand for it.
Yeah,
they were like,
trust me, Westerners don't really like it, but the reason they don't say declare war on it It's because they don't want to lose their job and they don't want to get into problems. But let me put it to you this way: if you get the average Western person drunk and you say, "Do you like gay people? And do you think that gay people should be having gay sex and whatever? And is this good for society?" They will say, "No, we don't like it." They're not in support of it. Does that mean they want to go hunting the gay people and killing them? No. It doesn't mean they want to hunt them down and kill them, because they're always very neurotic. They're like, "Oh, you don't like gay people. That means you want to hunt them down, and you're just evil." And it's like, no, it's just like, look, listen, I just don't want this to become the dominant, accepted thing in my society. Okay, so if you can do the gay stuff like hidden, okay, I will leave you alone, as long as you don't try to make it normal and like a alternative lifestyle, then I'm okay with that. And I do feel confident in saying that. I think I speak for most Western people in saying they don't want that to be the default lifestyle. And yes, there are many brainwashed Western people who think, oh yeah, they are okay with that and they love it and they support it, but they are not majority, man. They are the weird. I spent too many years in university and I'm not very intelligent. I'm like 107 IQ and I spent 5 years in university and I'm brainwashed and I'm an idiot. Those people, yeah, they like it. But the average person on the street, no, they don't like it. They don't like it at all.
I'm okay with Western people being gay. I just find it very weird when Indians are gay. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, the fuck?
That's because you think Western people are fucking idiotic. You're like, these fucking idiot Westerners. Of course they're going to be gay. You know?
So I was on like, I saw a video of one of these prides on gay pride walks on YouTube. And there was there were these two Indian dudes in the pride thing. They were kissing. And I'm like, the fuck? So if it was two white dudes or two white chicks, right?
Still
like, yeah, man, these guys are like, doing typical white people stuff. Who cares? Hugging lions in Thailand, kissing each other, even though they're both men, taking drugs. But you see in Indian taking drugs, or
do you think the white people who conquered the world had men kissing one another and doing this lame shit? Like,
I
no.
wish they were doing that,
like
because they're conquering us.
Because if they did, exactly, the point is, this is not like Easterners and non-whites and foreigners. They think, oh, that's white people stuff. That's white
it's
people
probably
behavior.
for the best that the white people keep doing it more and more.
They lose respect. They're like, yeah, that's a white people thing. But if you look at history, like if they were doing that shit, then they would not have conquered your shit, because they weren't doing that shit back then, because they weren't gay back then like that. They weren't.
We don't want it happening again, right? So it's probably for the best.
I see. So you want to psyop the whites into being gay so they won't conquer you again.
I'm willing to bet that that's I don't know if this is a fact, but my theory is that someone out there thinks this is the way to do it, like to keep everybody busy. Like, let's spread this whole gayness thing and what have you. So these guys will not, align as one team and then start conquering everybody. Because if one day the USA was like, okay, we want to build an empire like the British Empire, they could do it. Like, they have the military, like they could conquer Africa in like a year or 2 years. They have the military.
They've already done it. They just changed the so in, let's say, the 19th century, it was done with military, right? Now it's done through like economic sanctions, through overthrowing.
But the reason for that is because the American public doesn't want an empire. The American public does not like.
Do you know how easy it is to manipulate the American public into wanting an empire? Like, literally, Trump, right?
No, but that's because that's if you're thinking that the American, if the American elite,
it's very easy to manipulate them into wanting an empire. Trust me, Americans love the idea of American supremacy. They go USA, USA. It's not. How even the dumbest retard can go USA. Like, it's not a hard chant. Like it's the elites who are deciding to change the manifestation of empire. It's not the public. The public are programmed by the elites.
But would you not disagree? For example, right, like Iran, all these wars they did, right? The public is against it, like, but the elites wanted that war, so the war happened. But then there was a lot of backlash about it. What do you think of that?
Wait, what war do you speak of?
Like the Iraq war, I think,
The
or
Iraq
there
War?
was some war. I don't remember. Like there was some war that was they were tricked into the Vietnam War.
Oh, okay. The Vietnam War. Yeah, I mean the Vietnam War was, yeah, I mean the American government wanted that war. They literally reduced. So going back to IQ, there are IQ there's like an IQ minimum for a soldier, and those IQ standards were relaxed with soldiers in the Vietnam War, and more American soldiers died in the Vietnam War because they recruited dumber men because they wanted more
No. So
bodies.
that's theory, but
It's not theory;
practically,
it's true.
the US could just nuke Vietnam. Like they could like fuck it, drop a nuke, done.
Right. Yeah.
But
I mean,
the
the
public
thing is,
supported.
well, going by that logic, America could have nuked everybody and the whole. Like, if America was more evil,
And that's why it's very important for them to be gay.
Wait, what? What? Why is it? What?
Because it keeps them busy, right? If you don't want them to become
okay, they must be gays to don't nuke everybody. Okay.
See, think of it like this. If it became like a focused, if it became focused on conquering everybody, they could do it. So it's probably best they're doing the whole boy kissing
here's the
thing.
thing. When they had the opportunity to do it and they didn't do it, they weren't gay. You know? Like in 1945, Americans weren't trying to be gay.
Yeah, but they didn't have as many nuclear weapons back then.
They had some, and everybody else had
and
none.
Russia was actually fairly strong. So it wasn't like they were the
So they
power.
can nuke everybody except Russia, which includes India. You'd be all dead.
No, because technically speaking, yes. That's kind of why India got nuclear weapons, by the way, because it threatened to nuke India. And
Yeah.
in India had to like back down, and then India developed its own nuclear weapons because it didn't want it to happen again. That's like a whole different
And
topic.
that's why you and Pakistan will never win, because you have nukes, Pakistan has nukes.
But we won already.
Like,
there are states in India with a bigger economy than Pakistan.
This is what I mean. You cannot reintegrate Pakistan into India, because if you try, they will nuke you. And you don't. And what do you want more? The territory of Pakistan to become India again, or to not have nukes landing on your head? The Pakistanis have nukes, you have nukes. So what that means is you are stuck in a stalemate. Even if you are more powerful, more people, richer, blah, 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 you don't want the nukes. They have the nukes, you have the nukes. So they can't invade you, you can't invade them. You are forced to be India, they are forced to be Pakistan. Otherwise, motherfuckers getting nuked, and nobody wants to get nuked. And that's the power
solution to Pakistan is probably exploiting the
nukes.
divisions within their society and getting them to kind of fight each other, and then having them take each other out, and kind of like doing what the British did to India, if that makes sense to you.
Like with Germany and England in World War II. I understand your thinking, but at the end of the day, as long as any ruling power in Pakistan has nukes, they will use those nukes against India. If India shows aggression.
Here's the thing: nukes doesn't mean you can always use them, in the sense that you have to send a missile, arm it with a nuke, and then send it somewhere you want to nuke it, right?
But you're very close to one another. You don't need a best delivery system to deliver the nuke.
Okay, think of it like this: if they have, say, 60 nukes, okay, and they use all of them, but our technologies, for example, if we become so superior that we could intercept 59 of them, and one city gets nuked, okay, let's say one random city in India was going to get nuked, but we get to take all of Pakistan. That's a good deal or not? That's a consideration.
Oh shit! So you're willing to take one nuke? India's willing to take one nuke. on one of
Yeah,
its
I'm just
cities.
giving you the calculation that you got to make. If you want to consider the
So,
scenario,
so I,
see, a
what,
nuke doesn't mean
yeah,
the country gets destroyed. Right? It means one city gets heavily damaged. It doesn't mean like you got nuked, everything is over, and there's
doesn't
like a
just mean
big
the
ass
city
country.
gets damaged. That means all the elites in that city either die, or if they don't die, they get irradiated by the the aftermath of the nuke, and then them and their children become infertile and also can't have children, and they get mutations. You know what I mean? Like,
It's a risk you
if
have
the
to
nuke
take.
doesn't blow
If you
you
want
up,
to, if you
it will.
want war, so you want
Yeah,
to make omelet, you got
I'm
to
pretty
break
sure
eggs.
if you have even one family of power and significance in that city, they're going to use all that power and significance to just deny this whole. They're not going to be like, oh yeah, we'll take one nuke for India, you know. Like,
I haven't dispute that. I don't think that's true at all. Like I think
really.
so. Yeah, I don't think that.
I think country is second to blood. I think blood is number one, and then country is number two.
No, but it's fairly simple. Like for example, if you're gonna go to war, right, to get a lot of people will just leave the cities, go to like it would
Mm,
become like the cities would depopulate overnight, like not
mm,
zero, but
mm,
a lot of people will leave the cities. Well, same thing happened when COVID, right? When
mm,
COVID hit, a lot of people got out of the cities. They're like, fuck it, we're not gonna live here. So a lot of people went to like smaller towns, etc., took the virus with them.
mm.
So if there was gonna be war, it's not gonna be like people are gonna stay in Delhi. It's not gonna happen, right? Because Delhi is like a risky target.
They're gonna leave. They're gonna leave all the main hubs, the big cities. Yeah.
Not just the elite, right? Everybody wants to do it.
Ev-
Like everybody who can
Of
doesn't
course,
doesn't
yeah,
just
right.
have to be wealthy.
Absolutely and definitely including the elite, but not just the elite. Yeah, I
Not
agree with that.
just the elite.
100%.
The point is that
Nobody
is
wants to. Here's the
Pakistan
thing,
worth
Boss.
conquering? Like,
Nobody,
is it like
nobody wants to be nuked.
uh
Have
there
you,
are a
right?
lot
Right.
worse
Give me
ways to
one.
die than
Give me,
brand new.
give me one example of a country that has willingly took one nuke, just one. And bear in mind, the nukes now are much more powerful and more destructive than the two nukes that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan in 1945, because that was what 55 75, like 79 years ago. Technology has moved a long time since then. Nuclear weaponry has developed since then. The destructive power of a single nuke is even stronger than the destructive power of those nukes, and those nukes led to radiation that, like here's the thing: people think, oh, as long as you survive the nuke, you're okay. There is the background radiation that persists for decades after the nuke explodes. That
You're right about that. See, I get you. I get what you're saying. You are
it
correct about that. What
declines
I'm
your
telling
health
you is that
outcomes and your fertility. Like literally, if you like, how do I express this?
it
Say all the way.
damages you on a DNA level.
Yes, like let's say everybody lives, like say Mumbai. Let's say Mumbai is like the best city in India, and all the powerful people leave Mumbai, and let's say Mumbai gets nuked, right? And let's say they all go back there after the nuke, right? Just because you weren't there when the nuke happened, the radiation is still in Mumbai. When you go back, it's gonna make you less healthy. It's gonna impact your fertility. You're gonna have problems with your family and your children. You're gonna be sicker. You won't make as much money. You will be weaker people, because even though you weren't there when the nuke went off in Mumbai, now you've gone back to Mumbai. The radiation is still there from when the nuclear explosion, and is fucking you up. It's like literally, you don't want to just dodge the nuke. You never want the nuke to happen. It's making the environment of your land inferior
You
and
wouldn't
shitter.
go back to a nuke place. Like that's dumb,
Right,
right? Like
okay,
that.
but if it happens in like Mumbai, why would you not go back? It's like your number one city. So what, you're gonna be just
But
build it all up again? I mean, yeah,
gone.
you
Like
could,
it's
sure,
no
but
longer the number one city. It just got nuked.
sorry, what?
If it gets nuked, it's no
Yeah.
longer the number one city, right? Like people would not want to go there again.
Okay,
But
so you have to
that's
build
a
from,
digression.
but
The point I'm
also,
making.
yeah, okay,
Go
go
on.
on. Now, I was going to say, you're going to have social connections there. You still have your businesses there, assuming that you
Yeah,
have.
I'm not gonna go back to Mumbai if it gets nuked. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, fair enough. You understand what I'm saying? Like there is an aftermath of like, it's better to just have no nuke to begin with than than to take the position. Okay, we can survive the nuke. They only had they have 50 missiles. One got through. that one can still do a lot of damage to your lands and to your people, even if you weren't there when it exploded. It will irradiate the environment, damage your fertility, and your health outcomes. You just don't want it, and that's why nobody engages in nuclear. Like nuclear missiles are used as a deterrent, right? So North Korea, why is the United States not bullying North Korea and invading them? Because they don't want to get nuked by the North Koreans. Quite simply, not because they think, oh, they're great people, because they don't. Oh, we agree with their ideology. No,
that's a partial truth. If they invade North Korea, they would be at war with China because
yes,
it's like a buffer state.
Yes,
so there are other considerations.
That's true, but even without the Chinese, even without like think about it. The what was it? The Iranians, Iran, were developing a nuclear program, and they were convinced to stop their nuclear program, and then they got sanctioned and invaded. But if they had their nuclear program, do you think if they had operating nuclear missiles, do you think the US would have been that, should we say, uncharitable of them? No, they would have thought twice. So what I'm saying is, what you're saying about North Korea, because they're a proxy state of China, that's true. It's not the only reason.
Of course,
it's half of the reason. The other half is because you don't want Kim Jong-un nuking you, because literally he lets his people starve. North Koreans do not have a high standard of living. Okay, it's like a cult. The whole country is like a cult that worships the ruling family, and they call the ideology duty, right? The whole social structure is around worshipping the ruling family, and they have shitty live. If you're loyal to the party, to the ruling party, you get slightly better living conditions, blah 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 blah. But if you are in defiance of it, or you have any kind of it's not like I'm the leader of North Korea, and if you're like saying bad things about me because I want you to like me and I admire your capacity to see my weaknesses, I contain you and put you in an isolated environment and listen to your feedback and make sure the public don't hear you but don't kill you. It's not like that. It's like, we're going to kill you because you are undermining us. Like, that's how it is in North Korea. And their budget, as in terms of the limited money they do have and the limited power of the economy that exists, like, where do they allocate, like, what is their priority in allocating resources? Where do they put it? High allocation in military research, aka nuclear weapons. Why? Because the North Koreans have like a very zealous anti-American narrative. Like in North Korea, Americans are like painted as like kind of like how Indians see the British is like how North Koreans see the Americans. They're like, oh, they're like the evil people and blah blah blah. We must resist the evil people, and you are like a proud warrior of North Korea if you fight the evil Americans, and they spend all their money on like fucking military research for the nuclear weapon. Like this is it sounds like I'm making shit up. I fucking swear, to the best of my knowledge, I'm not lying. Like this is like what they fucking do. Like this is the shit they fucking do. What the fuck?
The North Koreans had a war with the South Koreans, right? If you were a descendant of the people who fought those wars, you get more ration from the government.
I hate brother wars, it's like Germany and England was a brother war. North Korea and South Korea is a brother war. What I mean by brother war is they are the same genetics. They're you are one group of, like, you have the same, you're very genetically similar, if not identical, and you are fighting each other. And you shouldn't, because your enemies who are genetically different are going, yes, kill one another.
See, that's the thing, right? If you view the world with a race of genetics, that would make sense. But really, it's a lot of things are about ideology and not about genetics. If you get what I'm saying, like it's not just about genetics.
It's not. But
it's not just about genetics. But it is important. So, for example, right, if aliens or like let's say like some other species that tries to conquer humans, then North Koreans and South Koreans will suddenly become brothers
Dude,
because
Indians and fucking English will be like, you're human, we're human, they're not human. Fuck them. Like we're
Indians
gonna
and
be like,
English are
we're gonna be
allies
friends.
today.
Hey,
It's not
you're gonna forgive us for everything. You're just like, fuck the aliens. You hate them more than you hate us, so we'll be friends.
Yeah, but without that influence, without like a common
without
enemy
that influence, you
uniting
fucking hate us.
everybody,
Yeah, without that,
you have
see,
ideology as
this is why we're gonna bring the aliens, dude. We're gonna bring the aliens to love us. I say that as a joke, right? But there are some people who really believe that the governments are going to bring like fake aliens to bring us together, like it's like a psyop, like like fake alien invasion. It's not real aliens, but they pretend it's the aliens, so we come together. Yeah. See, I wouldn't do that shit, but I mean, I say that like I'm secretly friends with the prime minister or something, which is not true, but it would not be my style if I was.
It's pretty crazy though, like the fact that you have a country, the North Korea, which is like the only reason it's still alive as a country is because China keeps supporting them and giving them funds.
It's literally for two reasons. It's because the Chinese use them as a proxy state. So when the Chinese have a problem with another country, but they do not want to directly engage with that country, they use the North Koreans to engage with them. And because the North Koreans have nuclear weaponry, how do you think the North Koreans, being as poor as they are, have nuclear weapons? The Chinese
but do they actually have nuclear? Is that confirmed as a fact?
Yes. The America really wanted to invade North Korea, I think in around 2012, and the thing that stopped them from invading North Korea was realizing that North Korea invests a high percentage of its GDP in nuclear weaponry, and they realized that the North Korean nuclear program, despite all the starvation and bullshit in the country and how generally unsuccessful and poor the country is, had poured enough of its GDP into its nuclear program that it was capable of nuking California from North Korea. And that's not even factoring in the Chinese element, which is the Chinese have nuclear weapons. So this is assuming the North Koreans developed their own nuclear weapons, right? We know the Chinese are our allies. We know the Chinese use them as a proxy state for international disagreement when they don't want to directly be in conflict with a nation, but they don't like a nation, so they use the North Koreans as a tool to agitate whatever nation it is, right? The Chinese have their own nuclear weapons. It's as simple as the China. Let's put it this way: if the North Koreans couldn't develop their own nuclear weapons, which I believe they could, and the reason I believe they could is because the diminished IQ of the North Koreans is owing to malnutrition. It's not genetic. South Korea is one of the highest IQ nations on the planet. North Korea is 20 IQ points lower than South Korea. Why? Is it due to genetics? No. It's literally because they're malnourished. Most of them don't eat enough food. But if you give them enough food, they're all of a sudden as intelligent as South Koreans, right? So if South Koreans couldn't invent nukes, the Chinese would give them their nukes. South Koreans are smart. Well, not South Koreans, sorry, North Koreans. I misspeak. North Koreans are smart enough to invent nukes. But if they couldn't invent nukes, the Chinese would give them their nukes.
It's not in China's best interest to give them nukes, though, because it's kind of like, how you have ISIS, right? You can't actually control ISIS. The Americans, they created all these terrorist organizations.
It's like I said to you earlier. If you give someone nukes and you have nukes, all it does is prevent people from invading them. Like let's say I have nukes and you don't have nukes, and I give you nukes. you're not going to invade me because I have nukes. What it
Yeah, but
means is that,
you're assuming a sense of rationality. A
mm,
lot of countries have demonstrated that they don't behave in a rational way, where they're willing to lose millions and millions of men simply to make a point, or just to to win an unwinnable war,
they
and
behave
because the leader does not want to surrender.
they behave
So
they behave within their self-interest. And their self-interest is the propagation of their own system, their own political system, and their own society. And the end of it, no, like, okay, how do I put this to you? If 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 I nuke you, even if you win, you have to pay a very high price to beat me. Nobody wants it.
no, but
It's like
you're thinking of countries as people. Think of it like this. I'll give you like an example. Okay,
countries are ruled by people.
let's say I'm
Right?
I'm Xi Jinping. Okay, let's say
Okay.
I'm Xi
Yeah.
Jinping,
Yeah.
and if I get to invade all of, say, UK,
Yeah.
and in exchange you nuke a small you nuke like a city that's 3,500 kilometers away from me. Technically you've nuked China, but I don't give a fuck about that part of China. Fuck that part of China.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I was telling you earlier, right? The calculation is not just like, whether you get nuked or not. The calculation is, okay, what part of the country gets nuked? Does it affect you?
Mm.
Does it actually matter? 'Cause, like, if you have to go to a nuclear
Okay.
war
Okay.
now,
Well, okay. So I understand what you're saying. You're presuming that a nuclear power will deliberately not target your most valuable infrastructure in cities. So,
no,
so, so,
what I'm
so
saying is that see, here's the thing, right? Just
mm,
because you launched a missile does
mm,
not mean that it's going to hit, right? Because there are a lot of
eh,
defense mechanisms in play
right,
which
yeah.
prevent you from hitting certain targets. So certain targets in a country
But
are
right, so
easier to hit than others are.
it depends on your anti-missile systems, and it depends on the delivery system used to launch the ICBM against your country. So, for example, the UK has submarines that can launch nuclear missiles, right? So it doesn't. So literally, the UK doesn't have to be near your country to nuke you. We have submarines with nukes that can be thousands of miles underwater off your shore that you cannot even see on your radar. The missile can launch from thousands of miles beneath the water right next to your country, come up, arc out, and before your missile system can even hit, nuke you. And think about this, right? Let's say it's a bluff. Let's say you can intercept that, but you're not sure because it's never happened before. Do you want to take the risk? But
It
the
depends.
UK literally. I'm not. UK literally has a nuclear submarine. Well, so we don't use it in an aggressive manner. We use it in a defensive manner, right? We have a submarine program called Trident. So the UK has nuclear submarines with nuclear missiles in its payload that operate 24/7, patrolling UK waters very deep in the sea. And if our country is attacked, we ascertain which country attacked us, and our military strategy is to retaliate against the country that attacked us. Their capital city, by the way. We don't target 3,000 miles away from you. We target your best city and we nuke that city. And do you think we are launching the missile from here? No, it's in a submarine. The submarine is gonna swim, is gonna travel, whatever the fuck, is gonna go to the borders of your country, very close to your country, very deep in the water near your country, and it's going to launch the missile next to you, and it's going to nuke you from. It's not going to nuke you from across the world and give you 5 minutes to intercept it. It's going to go right next to you in your waters. So, like in the Indian Ocean, it's going to be parked right outside, and then it's instead of like launching like from across the world, it's going to be next to you, and it's going to come out of the water, and it's going to do a very narrow. You know what I mean? It's going to go up a little bit to like an angle and then down. It's not going to go
Yeah, I've
across
seen
a
the
thousand
videos
miles.
of it. I get
Yeah.
what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. What I'm
Yeah.
telling you, okay, I'll give you an example. Okay,
Mm.
in Mao's war, right, when these, I don't remember exactly, but there was a bunch of these foreign soldiers fighting China, and they were killing a lot of these people, right? They were like annihilating them.
mm,
And the calculation Mao was doing, oh, I don't remember which war exactly this was, but they were counting how many bullets the enemy had, and then sending a bit more soldiers. So if they were like, okay, these guys have 20,000 bullets, so we're gonna send 22,000 soldiers. That's how little some of these governments in the past have
mm,
cared for its people. Okay,
mm, mm,
that's a
mm,
baseline I'm giving you. Now you
mm.
could say, we're gonna nuke the capital, but if there was like a warmonger type king or chairman or what have you, and he's like, okay, the strategy we're gonna do this is we're not gonna live in the main cities. We're gonna like live in secret locations across the country, evenly spread out.
You will have to live in shitholes. If you have
Isn't it?
any good cities, doesn't have to be the main cities. Like let's say all the elite in the like Mumbai or whatever, let's say they all move to some other place. As soon as the foreigners know, oh, they all moved to this place, if anywhere that's mildly significant, any political center, they will target to their intelligence what is known to be the most influential, most powerful city. So where are all your most influential or richest people going? They've left the capital or Delhi, Mumbai, whatever. Where are they going? What are our intelligence agencies telling us? Where are the elite hiding within the country? That will be a primary target. It won't be the only target. It will be a primary target, which means more missiles will be directed there. Which means if you cannot intercept all of them, at least one or two of them will land there, and other missiles will be directed at other places. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the in terms of like in military agencies and intelligence agencies, they play out these scenarios across countries. And if you think about
War
it,
gaming.
yeah, they war game, and nobody's nuking anyone. Nobody's nuked anyone. Anyone who has nuked, think about it. People who have nukes have not nuked other people who have nukes ever. Like America nuked Japan in 1945. That was the last time one nation used nukes against another nation. Since then, if you have nukes, not only do you not get nukes, you don't get invaded. Do you know why? Because if you get invaded, the people who invade you are going to get nuked. So if the US invades North Korea now, North Koreans are going to nuke the Americans. And let's say all the best people leave Silicon Valley and go to other cities. It's annoying. It's disruptive. They don't want California nuked. They don't want San Francisco nuked. It's annoying. They're not. It's just bullshit. So the best thing to do is to not fucking attack them in the first place, so they don't nuke you. You know?
Okay, I'll give you like a scenario, okay, and then you can tell me what you think of the scenario.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's say China starts acting like Adolf Hitler's Germany and starts aggressively conquering Mongolia. Then it starts conquering, slowly, it starts making its way to Europe. Okay. It hasn't made its way to Europe yet,
Yeah.
but slowly it's conquering everything in the way. And this
Yeah.
is like a heavily nuclear armed country.
Yeah.
And, you guys are telling them, hey, don't conquer anything anymore. And China's like,
Well,
we're going to
Mongolia.
conquer this shit. We're going to conquer. And
Well,
they keep conquering all the way to Europe. Okay.
Mongolia didn't have nukes. France has nukes. The UK has nukes. The US has nukes.
Exactly. So at what point are you like, enough? Okay, you conquer more shit. We're gonna have a nuclear war, right? And have that be a credible thing to say.
Well, here's the
When
thing: nukes are a last resort, right? Because think about it. If we all nuke one another, we can literally destroy the entire planet. We will all be dead. All of us. There will be nothing left. We can literally destroy this entire rock. We can fire so many nuclear missiles, there's nothing left. Is literally the final option. Like you don't want, like, the power of the nuke is you will leave me alone because I have it. If I have to use it because you used it, we are all fucked. You're fucked. I'm fucked. Everything is fucked. Nobody is winning. You don't like
the question I'm asking you is that at what point would you actually nuke someone? For example, if you go by your theory, right, where you could never use a nuke, then if say China has a nuke, then it can basically do whatever it wants, and that's jack shit you can do about
it
it.
can't do whatever it wants though. Well, it can do whatever it wants to those who don't have nukes.
Yeah,
like,
but
for example, the Chinese cannot invade Europe or the US
well, they can
because
invade Europe because not Europe is more than
you,
just France and the UK.
yes, but Europe is in NATO, so Europe is in an alliance. So, say you invade, I don't know, Poland, right? The other countries
What
that
I'm saying is that will you be willing to honor the alliance? Let's say China invades Poland. I mean, like, we swear this is the last country we're going to invade, and they've invaded Poland. So is the
yeah.
UK going to honor the alliance and be like, okay, we're going to do a nuclear war and everyone's going to go extinct? Or would it not?
If it's Chinese territory, yeah, but I think you're assuming the Chinese, like the Chinese are aware, like let's say the Chinese were conquering Poland in this hypothetical scenario, the Chinese are aware they are risking annihilation. Like
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. Let's
Chinese
assume
are,
they don't give a fuck.
no, but they give a fuck about their own survival. Like
Let's say that this is like Adolf Hitler. It's like an ideological thing going on.
The Chinese know we can wipe them out. They know
You
they can wipe us out.
rely on other people being rational. There are a lot of crazy people out there.
You
A lot of crazy people end up running the government.
You can rely on the elites of a country not wanting to die. You can rely on that. Chinese elites do not want to die to take over for their nation. They're not wanting to sacrifice their lives so their nation can annex and control other nations and incorporate.
They're calling a bluff. Let's say that they think, hypothetically, they think they're not going to do it. They think that if they invade Poland, you're not going to do shit. You know, the alliance is going to fall apart. No one wants to die. Your elites don't want to die. Right? They think that, you know, they're banking on the fact that your elites don't want a nuclear war either. So they can take Poland and you can't do shit about it.
But then, okay, so say that's true, right? Say that's true. What would stop, say, America from invading Taiwan and Thailand and Vietnam and Hong Kong and taking over these places because they also know the Chinese don't want a nuclear war? Like, you can just do the same. You can just take over stuff there and you say, well, you can't stop us because you don't want a nuclear war. Like, it works both ways, right? It's not like say they take over Poland because the West won't stop them because we don't want a nuclear war. What would stop us engaging in conventional warfare against satellite states near them because they don't want to engage in it? Like, basically, either way, whether they invade European states or we invade Asian states, you're escalating things and bringing it closer to nuclear warfare either way. So literally, the counter to them invading Poland would be us invading like Thailand or Vietnam and conquering that. They conquered Poland.
They invaded back. But the point I'm making, you're correct. The point I'm making is that
what I'm saying is right. You could avoid nuclear warfare, right? Chinese can have, like, this is like a crazy scenario which is not going to happen, right? But Chinese can have Poland. We'll have fucking Thailand. Fuck it. Thailand can be US territory. Are the Chinese going to go to nuclear war for the Thai? No. Just like the Americans wouldn't go to nuclear war for the Polish. You see what I'm saying? I'm countering your point. Like, it goes, you can avoid nuclear war, but you can, like, they are disrupting American influence by having, say the Chinese had control of Polish soil and Poland was the satellite state of China within Europe. What would be the counter to that? Would it be nuclear war? No, it would be, okay, well, now we need to take over a nation state within Asia close to China to have the same effect. That's what it would be. So it'd be like Thailand or Vietnam or Laos. Well, Laos is too small, but yeah, you know what I mean? Like a Southeast Asian state would become US territory in response. That, like, it would be tit for tat, basically.
What I'm saying is that I'm not convinced at all by the idea that there will never be a nuclear war again. Like, I think there's gonna be a nuclear war again for sure. Like, I would put my money on it.
Why?
Simply because the nuclear weapons exist, and anything that exists will eventually be used. And I think that the idea that, you know, just because of the other country,
imagine you had a super powerful weapon, but if you used it, you die.
You are correct. If it sense if you consider everybody to be rational. What I'm
But you,
saying is that there are megalomaniacs who get in power who don't care about dying, who have some crazy ass ideology.
most megalomaniacs don't want to die. Like most megalomaniacs think they are
Most.
better than
That's the
everybody
word you
else.
use. Most, not all. There are. What I'm saying is that if something can go wrong, it probably will. In this case, it's probably good. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I am not convinced at all that there will never be a nuclear war again because
And the
remember,
thing is, you think that whatever, say there's some megalomaniac, you think they don't have numerous people around them who are critical of them, undermining them, observing them, who have their own alliances, who can't stop them from using their power. I mean, obviously, it depends on the structure of the
see, there
society.
are more scenarios. Okay, that's one scenario. There, for example, right, some mentally ill person ends up running one of your submarines and then gives the command that you got to go and nuke some other place, and it can happen
Well,
from a
dude, okay,
variety of scenarios. Okay,
right. If what you're saying is true, right? Think about it. The last time one country nuked another country is like almost 80 years ago. So me and you are alive after 80 years of the last time one country nuked another country. And you want to know the funny thing? The funny thing is, since that country nukes that other country, more countries have nukes. They have more powerful nukes. They have more sophisticated nukes than the first country that nukes the other country back in 1945. But nobody's nuked one another, even
yep,
though the weapons are
for the
better.
last 80
In
years,
the
but
last 80 years. So you're
give it
and
like
you
300 more years.
do
Let's
do
do
you,
that.
do you think within the last 80 years there have been no megalomaniacs within politics? Of course there have. In multiple countries. It still hasn't. I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that there are many elements trying to, but basically
I'm
we
not saying
don't
it's
we
likely. I
we
get
don't
you. I get you.
we
It's not
don't
like
want to we don't want to blow up the planet. Like think about this. Think about it this way. You may hate the British, but you love being alive more than you hate the British, and you're not willing to blow up the planet to take out the British, right? So it's
actually
like
you're correct about that, but a lot of people have blown up. A lot of terrorists have blown themselves up for what they believed in.
yeah,
A lot
themselves,
of
not the planet.
if they had the power to blow the planet, I would not be surprised they would.
But what's the, but like see you think I assume the rationality of people,
Okay, here's the
right?
thing. I'll give you like another scenario. Okay, just to
Uh-huh.
like show you that what I'm saying is credible. Okay,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
let's say that one of your countries, like one nuclear power countries, gets taken over by a terrorist organization.
Mm.
Let's say organically, not by voting.
Right, right.
Like,
Yeah, like
let's
the
say like some
immigration
minority, like
and bullshit and
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
And these guys are not as smart. They don't have as much impulse control, what have you, what have you. And one of them ends up using a nuke. It
Mm.
could be like a coup is happening in the government and something goes wrong. And there are a lot of scenarios in which these things can happen.
It can like
So
fall into their hands, you mean? Yeah.
yeah, it could
Yeah.
happen. It's a possibility.
Wow.
It could be like a military general revolting against Washington DC, and just to give you like a random example, right? Like how many people run a submarine? I don't know, 20, 30.
Mm.
I don't know how these things are protected. Maybe they need a password from above, or my point is that
For authorizations.
yeah, my point is over a long period of time, we have thousands and thousands of nukes here. It
Mm.
only takes one of those nukes to fall in the wrong hands or to get used, and
And
the
yeah,
more nukes you
and
have
yeah,
in the
you're very
and
right.
yet it's not been
And
that long.
and
80 years is
and
not that long. I would
uh,
not take it as
dude,
like
how old are you? It's like more than double your life. It's not long, but it's kind of long, right? Like,
no, it's not long at all.
think about it. If humans are kind
India
of
hasn't
crazy,
even had nukes for 50 years.
but that's because they didn't invent them. Because like they literally have foreign technology. They
What I'm
like
saying is give it
if
time.
like
Give it time.
think about it. You don't even have electricity, but then you have nukes. It's quite a jump. Like if you looked at the organic, like what is the organic level of time development between electricity and nuclear weapons? Probably a couple of centuries, right?
it depends on what the needs of the moment
The
are,
or
because
the organic development, not when did what.
organically you would never have nukes because you would not need them. Like, you would only develop nukes when you need it, right? You're like, why did the
They,
US develop nukes? Because it
they were
needed them.
they were never needed in the first place. It was just technological, like nuclear weaponry, and not just nuclear weaponry, but just understanding nuclear fission as a technology was never needed. It was just a natural development of Western ingenuity, and it has built and like what preceded that, like steam power, the the factories, like you have the belt in the factories, all of that shit predated it, right? Like
Yeah, but it was done for a reason, right? Like, you needed the train to transport goods from one place to another. The
there,
nuclear
there,
weapons
there,
were actually a
there is
program, right? Like
no
Project Pattern or something.
nuclear is different in the sense that there was no so with a lot of things there is a domestic case and then you can make a military case for it, but with nukes it's like they found a non-military case for it via splitting the atom and harnessing energy from it, but it was not originally developed it was originally developed as a form of weaponry, basically, so we can destroy like nuclear, like like an explosion on the sun. That like
Hmm.
a nuclear weapon is like an explosion on the sun. It's like a normal bomb, but like way more powerful. There was no like a civilian application of nuclear is the side effect, not the original intention. Like they had to find a use case for it. And what is the civilian use case of nuclear weaponry? We can split the atom, divide it as energy, and use it to power things. There is no other use case for it. Otherwise, it's just it's highly destructive explosion. And it was invented 80. It was well, not even 80 years ago, like 90, 100 years ago. But it was
Give it
used.
time, my friend. Someone's gonna use it. Like, it's not possible for it just to just keep existing forever with no one using it. Just not.
This has
I don't
been
trust humans that much.
this has been the fear, and this is why this technology needs to be safeguarded and not be given to lower IQ, more volatile societies. We should not give advanced Western technology, nuclear weapons, to people who never even invented electricity in the first place, who never even managed to achieve a nation state by themselves, and who are warring tribes before Westerners fucking intervened and were annoying dickheads and exploited them. Before all of that, like literally, these people, like think about it, like England was a bunch of warring tribes and organically became a nation state and resolved it for its own internal civil wars. Right? There are countries the world over that never managed to become nation states organically. They were always warring kingdoms, and the only reason they're a nation state now is because they were colonized and because the Westerners drew up a border and said, "This is your country now," and they still hate one another and they still have different tribal and linguistic delineations, like distinctions between them. And even though they're currently classified and defined as a certain country, they're like, "Well, no, we're different." Like the Westerners said, we're all Uruguayan, or we're all Zimbabwean, or we're all Indian, or whatever. But actually, we are from a different part of the country. We had our own language group, our own tribe, and it's the Westerners who defined our borders, and we didn't define those borders. Westerners managed to define these things by themselves without foreign intervention, and then made their own societies, and then built technology after that.
Yes,
A
and
lot,
I'm saying these same Westerners might also be responsible for using those nukes on even themselves or other people. It just doesn't make any sense to me that these nuclear weapons will just be around forever and no one's going to use them. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I
you
think
think
that
it's an inevitability that nuclear weapons will get used
yes,
because people are stupid and these things are powerful and somebody will want to use this power to hurt somebody else.
Not even that. It could be any reason. It could just be like, for example, some guy gets really drunk, launches them by accident.
Do you know how many checks you have to undergo to go into a nuclear facility? Like if you try to like say you try to like log in to a nuclear facility, and you're
I'll give you more scenarios. Okay, like some kind of virus takes over, like and it kind of finds its way into the system. Like, I can think of a lot. Like, I'm not saying these are credible, right? I haven't studied the safeguards they've made for the nuclear weapon system. I'm just giving you like, it's not that hard to think of realistic scenarios.
You know the story about how the Russians almost nuked the West because they had one of their like early warning systems.
Thing was buggy and was telling them that nukes were launched.
Yeah, but it wasn't, and the guy looking at it was smart enough to realize it was bullshit and stopped the. He saw it. He realized it was bullshit, and he didn't retaliate. And because he didn't launch the nukes, there was not like basically the Russians thought that his early warning system glitch was telling the Russians the Americans are nuking you, but the Americans weren't nuking them. But the everything was going beep 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 like they're nuking you, but they weren't. This guy he's a Russian guy. He saw this shit and he realized there was a glitch, and he didn't give approval. If he didn't realize it was a glitch, he would have given approval. Then the Russians would have launched their nukes thinking they were responding to a threat when really they were instigating the threat. Then the Americans would have seen that, and they would think, fuck, the Russians are nuking us, and then they would have actually nuked. This one random Russian guy who's not even like a leader, he's not a president, he's not from a powerful family. This one random Russian military guy is the reason Russia and the US have already not nuked each other. He's not even special. Like, he's special because he was smart enough to realize it's bullshit. But imagine if he was dumb and he didn't realize, and he was like, fuck, the Americans are nuking us, and he launched the nukes. Like, he had the key, he had the authorization, and he realized, despite what the system was telling him, there's nonsense, and he said no. And he literally averted nuclear war. This one guy, he's a hero in Russia now, by the way. He's a fucking war. He's classed as a war hero. Because if he did not realize that, Russia would have launched nukes at the US under false information, and the US would have launched real nukes back at Russia. There would have been a real nuclear war over a misunderstanding. So what you're saying about how over a long enough time period you don't believe that people are not clever enough, that there will be some misunderstanding. We've already come very close to that, and it's still not happened. So I understand your concern, but the thing is, dude, should we live in a
what
time?
What you're saying is like, a drunk driver. I drink and drive all the time. Nothing has happened yet. I've been doing it for 10 years.
It's like I've swerved past all these motherfuckers for so long, and I couldn't run them over. But I haven't. Okay, so
I am special. I can have like 10 tequilas and drive, and nothing's gonna happen to me. I've been doing it for 20 years.
It's incredible to me. I do understand your argument, and what really astounds me is how far, as little faith as we have in humanity, and as much as we think we're prone to corruption and bullshit, we've literally lived for almost a century with nuclear weaponry and managed to not blow up the planet. I mean, I think that deserves some kind of fucking time. Yeah, they like, could you stop wanting us to die? Like, please, like, you're like, given time, Indians will get better nuclear weapons again. Yeah, then people will think. Can we not? Can we just like not nuke each other? That would be amazing. All right.
I think the main thing, okay, humanity. If humanity was one element, right, the main priority humanity should have is to make sure nobody has nuclear weapons. Like Russia, USA, India, Pakistan, like there needs to be something which prevents anybody from having any nuclear weapons, because the very fact that it exists is such a big risk.
they tried to prevent new parties from gaining.
Yeah, but that's like a fuck you move, right? Like, yeah, we're gonna have nuclear weapons, but not you. That's not how it
Yeah.
works, right? That's like saying,
No,
we
no.
have the best technology right now, and now we should stop making new technology now that we have the best ones.
But if
That's
you
not. No
think
one's gonna follow that.
if you think about it, US and UK had the nukes first, right? So if they were like super evil, they could have said, "Fuck all of you, nuke all of you, you're all dead." Now
That
the
actually
only
was the plan, and the only reason that didn't
what?
happen was because the USSR also made nukes.
Okay, so we could say only Russians, English, and Americans are
I think
alive.
only Indians should be allowed to have nukes. If you want my honest opinion,
I'm very surprised by your opinion on this subject matter. I did not realize you would say. What I'm saying is they could have instituted this and they didn't. Like there were technological advantages in the history where just one or two nation states had a technology that could existentially wipe out other societies, and they did not wipe out those other societies. Like, think about it. Like, they always say like Westerners are evil, colonialism, blah blah blah. But let's say that's true, right? Let's say Westerners are really evil, and they hate everybody who is not them, and they just want to conquer them and destroy them. If that's true, I think we did a really shit job, because we could have genocided basically everybody, and we have the whole planet for ourselves, because our technology is way better than them. We had nukes when they had nothing. We had electricity when they had nothing. And instead, we're just pulling up with them, insulting us and undermining us and calling us gay and whatever. Like, why did we not kill them? We were way
there
stronger
are
than
levels to evil.
we,
Like
we
I
had the
would not say
money,
Westerners are evil.
but we had the money, we had the military, and we did not wipe them out. And now we had to deal with them hating us. It's like, why? If we are so evil, why do we not do it? Just fucking, well, like, we could have
Because you're gay,
everything
my friend. Because you're gay.
because of the gay. you see what I mean? So it's not like I think
You have a point, but I'm telling you, man, give it time, and anything that can happen that's bad will eventually happen. Like, I'm a believer in Murphy's law. Like, for example, right? Like, if I'm the type of person who's gonna like go. I know my car's not gonna go beyond 20, 30 kmph given the traffic where I live in, but I still wear a seatbelt, right? So the point I'm
yeah,
making is that
Indians
just
drive
because
like
things are good
fucking crazy
now does
people.
not mean that they'll always be good. And we
Indians
should
drive like
prepare for the inevitable.
Indians drive like crazy people. You told me before they drive like crazy.
Indians drive like crazy. I'm telling you, they're the
Why?
worst drivers.
See, now I know why you think the way you think about nukes. You think of Indian drivers.
Oh yeah, that's a good analogy, by the way.
It's like,
But moreover, yeah, that's actually kind of why I think it that way, because when I'm driving, like I could be drunk and I got to be careful with my car because I can't save. You can only control your car. You can't control everybody else's car.
exactly, yeah.
But with the nuclear weapon stuff, right? So I have a bunch of software startups, right? Every
Yeah.
time I'm like, okay, this function is really good. It doesn't have any bugs, and everything is fine. And then 3 months later, it turns out that there's like a overflow bug here, and that caused a fault for like 250 customers, and I have like a bunch of support tickets to deal with. So you can never predict. You can never be sure. That's what I'm saying. So the fact that you have code that exists means that the code can be buggy. Like, you cannot be
Of
sure
course.
that it's not buggy. The
Of
same
course.
thing with these
Nuke.
functions which prevent the nukes from being
Nuke.
used.
Yeah.
You have these protocols, but are you? I as a
You don't
software developer, I would not
need
say that there are no holes in this.
you don't need to be sure. You just need to minimize the probability of
Yeah, but
adverse outcomes. That's it. That's all you can do. Minimize the probability of adverse outcomes.
actually, that's all you can do.
Yes,
But
all you can do.
minimizing the probability does mean that it can still happen.
And that's worked now for the entirety of our lifetimes, our parents' lifetimes, and our grandparents' lifetimes. And I'm not saying it'll work forever, by the way. I'm just saying it's pretty fucking effective. And whoever fucks that up is not going to be a hero in that country. Because if you nuke somebody else, they get, like I was saying to you earlier, say India nukes Pakistan, Pakistan are going to nuke you back. And what is the probability you successfully nuke them and your missile shield resist? Like let's put it this way, right? With the
bigger you are in the country, the less you have to worry about, right? Because a nuke is going to take out one city. You have like 5,000 cities.
With Gaza and with Israel, right? Israel has one of the best missile defense shields in the world, and the dudes in Gaza, they are not like, they do not have the most sophisticated or most advanced technology, and even though the Israeli missile defense shield was able to block a lot of missiles, it cannot block all the missiles. Some of the missiles get through, right? And this is against a foreign enemy power that is nearby and is far less powerful than Pakistan. Pakistan is nearby to India and is way more powerful than Gaza. Has way more resources than Gaza. You know, it doesn't matter how good Indian missile defense shield is. And let's be honest, Indian missile defense shield is probably not going to be as good as Israeli missile defense shield, right? And let's say the same approximate geographical distance. So you have a shitter shield.
Everything you say is based on one assumption that you don't want to get nuked. That's your assumption, but
nobody wants to get nuked. Right?
Because that's an axiom. But
it's not wrong, is it?
You know how you just said that.
Do you know somebody
was like your prime minister, but he didn't actually care about your country? That's what you said, right?
Do you know somebody who
didn't actually care?
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't care. But do you know somebody?
He doesn't care. Now, imagine this. So somehow I end up becoming like the let's say somehow some kind of weird shit happens. Let's say, for example, and I end up becoming like, I end up in the position of Xi Jinping. Okay, this stuff can happen. For example, Hitler was Austrian, but
you know why it won't happen?
A politician in Germany. So
you know why it won't happen? Because you're my friend, and you know I love it, so you won't do it. You'll be like, oh, you know what? I fucking hate them, but I am, so I'm not going to do it. see, still no nuclear. I know you really want there to be nuclear war, but
there's no thing. May you live in interesting times. What I really want is that we gotta replace a lot of these currencies with Bitcoin, because that would actually end a lot of wars. Because to have war, you need to have money to spend, and impoverishing governments is a way to kind of make wars not happen.
It's also a way to escalate wars, because those governments are upset about their diminishing purchasing power, and they want to reclaim that.
Yeah, but how will they make a war? You gotta pay the soldiers, right? You can't pay soldiers if you don't have that much money.
Quite simply, they'll do what they've always done and what they've done recently. They'll inflate the money supply.
Yeah, like, but if you have crypto, you can't do that. That's what I'm saying. Right? You got to replace fiat with crypto.
But how does crypto replace fiat?
People start using it for regular transactions.
Right. Okay. But you can't go to the supermarket and pay your Bitcoin. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin. Okay.
Yeah, but not yet. What you're saying is true.
I just want to put this as a precedent. I really love the autonomy and freedom of cryptocurrencies. I'm not an anti-Bitcoin person or whatever. What I'm saying is that any gains you make in crypto, if you want to realize your crypto gains right now, say your Bitcoin, your Ethereum, or whatever shit coin you're in on, say, the Solana chain or whatever, if it's made gains, how do you realize those gains? Can you spend poo-poo coin at the supermarket? No, you can't.
No, what I'm saying, okay. Right? I get what you're saying. I understand.
Convert it into fiat. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, soon we'll have a world where fiat doesn't exist anymore. No one wants fiat. You would not have gains. Like, what I'm saying is that you would not have gains in dollars or rupees. You would just use currency.
Think about it. The USD, right? United States dollar. Everybody knows it's bullshit. they made like $4 trillion in the last couple of years, and everybody's still using this shit, even though everybody knows it's bullshit. Why? Why are we still using this bullshit when we know it's bullshit? Because these motherfuckers have the most powerful military in the world. Like, what backs the USD? The military. Like, they have the most superior military in the world. Nobody can defeat the US military.
Yeah, but
Nobody.
also the fact that there is no alternative currency. Like, what do you use if you don't want to use the dollar? Like, what do you use? Like Chinese currency? You can't even convert that anywhere.
But I mean, I prefer my own currency.
Yeah, but I don't want your currency. I want you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Just because you want to
Sure.
give your currency doesn't mean the other party wants it.
Yeah, you wait. That's true. Right? Yeah. I mean, I don't like your currency either, but you probably like your currency. Like, basically, people want their local currency. So, like, rupees are probably quite useful to you, but I think USD is probably also useful to you.
Well, the point I'm getting at is that eventually, like, if this crypto thing goes well, right, it's gonna, like, for example, right, you go buy a bunch of eggs, you pay 30 rupees, for example. You would not pay 30 rupees in the future. You pay like 200
You know what the
satojis
great
or
thing
something.
about this conversation is? Everyone can hear how much we disagree with one another, and we're still friends. See, most people, they cannot. We disagree so much, and they're like, we still friend. This is like normal disagreement for us. And most people, they cannot wrap their brains, like, you disagree a little bit. No, we disagree all the time. This is normal for us. We spend hours disagreeing, and we still like each other. Most people, this is why I like you, because you don't have to agree with me to appreciate me, and I don't have to agree with you to appreciate you. And normal people, regular average people, this does not make sense to them. They think you have to agree to appreciate someone. And I think people like us who can appreciate someone who doesn't agree with them, this is our strength. Because I can see value in what you're saying, even if it's not my preference. And that is a sign of intelligence. Stupid people cannot do this. You know, there may be scenarios where we fall on a different side of the equation. We have different incentives. You know, you are not on my side. I'm not on your side. Ultimately, we can still value one another. And most people can't do this. So fuck them.
You know, the fact that you can, you know, you both of our thinking gets better at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm kind of convinced. I'm somewhat less convinced about the possibility of, say, the nuclear weapons going off at some point. Like, even though I believe it's gonna happen, but I have less.
Let me appeal to your cynicism. All the people who are making lots of money in the world don't want to stop making lots of money. If all of a sudden very strong, big population hubs, powerful cities are getting nuked, that's a very big market that's disappearing. That's going to harm profits. Like, it's just not. In terms of capitalism, it's a very large disincentive to capitalism. You're going to lose a very large population. You're going to lose. You can lose lots of demand. You're going to create lots of disruption. It's just generally not conducive to capitalism to nuke a large population center. Just doesn't make sense. Whether you like those people or not, it doesn't matter. You think of your think about it. You could hate all Westerners, right? But let's say most of your money comes from Western consumers. If you're going to fuck up all their cities and shit because they're like gays or whatever you think, then you're not going to get your money, right? So even if you don't like them, you're going to like, yeah, well, we're not going to nuke them because we want to get the money from them, right? So like you have to think in terms of incentives, like economic capitalist incentives, and not in terms of ideological, sentimental dispositions.
Yeah, I will say that freak shit happens. That's what I'm saying. You know, like, no one wants it to happen, but it can happen. Like in India, right? I have a friend who's like something called ATC. His job is to make sure that, you know, at the airport planes don't crash. So he's supposed to tell this plane that you can land now.
Now I know why you're so. I understand. You're fucking stupid friend. Is responsible. Now we must live in fear. No.
So this guy, his job is just to make sure planes don't crash, and he's done it well enough that I haven't heard of a plane crash happening,
Yeah,
but I have heard of planes crashing. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
there was an Air India flight which fell off the airport somewhere, and 200, 300 people died. So there are thousands and thousands of flights every year, like maybe like 100,000 flights every year. I don't know, but there are very like a handful of accidents, plane accidents that happen every year that lead to like lots of deaths, but it does happen. So I think that the probability being very low does not mean the probability is zero. And all I'm saying is that it
Yeah,
can
yeah.
happen, and the fact that these weapons exist is just very risky. Like, they should not exist.
I mean, the only way for it to not exist is for us to go back in time far enough that the technology itself was not discovered. There is a non-zero chance, yes. So because there's a non-zero chance, so because it is possible that nuclear annihilation could occur, and there is no way now the genie is out of the bottle, so to speak. We can't make it a zero chance. Because we cannot make it a zero chance, we need to make it as close to zero as possible. So we need to minimize the probability. And if we make the probability low enough, it won't be a problem for us, even though it's non-zero. So if it's 0.0001, it could happen. The probability it happens is very low. Doesn't happen, that's good. Nobody
We've got
dies.
to get an agreement between all the countries which have a nuclear weapon that they will all nuke the next country who gets a nuclear weapon.
Well, I mean, if that agreement was adhered to, India and Pakistan would not have nuclear weapons.
No. It's after
No. It's not that now. Now the rule begins. Okay.
We came up with the idea.
Okay. It wasn't a rule then. Now it's a rule.
I think that would be a sufficient enough deterrent. Like if you come up with a nuclear weapon, say after this date, then we all nuke you. So I think that would be like a real nuclear non-proliferation treaty.
What that incentivizes is people, nations that do discover and achieve nuclear capability to not reveal their nuclear capability. So, for example, Israel is believed to have nuclear weaponry, but has not admitted publicly it has nuclear weaponry.
Which probably means it doesn't, right? Like if they did have it, and they have all these, like, all of their neighbors are trying to invade it, they'd be like, "Fuck it, we got nukes. We're gonna nuke you if you invade us."
But they also have to gauge the impacts of the international community and their allies. Like if say the Israelis nuke the Palestinians, it becomes very untenable.
They can't nuke the Palestinians. It's too close, right? Nuclear weapons have this thing where it's got to be far away. You can't nuke your neighbor.
You could if it was a very small, like if it was a low level nuke, like. So there was a different tiers, like not all nuclear weapons. You can have a nuclear weapon that has a more contained range and distance. But I understand what you're saying. It's generally not tenable to nuke someone on your doorstep because the radiation is going to come over to you and yada yada yada. Sure, yeah, okay, yeah. I agree.
Now that I think of it, Israel is in such a weird position where, for example, all these Western countries are they're getting more and more Muslims in their populace. So eventually, let's say the Muslims capture the countries politically, then Israel is fucked because the Muslims don't like Israel.
They don't.
So it's in Israeli interest to prevent immigration to Europe.
But they don't do that. That's the funny thing.
What are your thoughts on this? Like, why? Like, what do you think will happen eventually to Israel and Taiwan and all these like fringe countries with, say, a lot of political tension?
I think in terms of Israel, so the Islamic population in Europe is increasing for two reasons. Number one, because the Muslim population already living in Europe reproduces more than the white population for the simple reason that feminism is more proliferate amongst the white population than it is within the Muslim population. So basically, Muslim women are more likely to obey their husbands and not engage in hyper capitalism and become like girl bosses and all that bullshit than white dudes, and basically white men have lost control of their women, and white men and women are both subverted by nonsense ideals, nonsense ideology. The idea of like gender equality. Men and women aren't equal. Never have been. Never will be. But a lot of white people believe in this bullshit. And most Muslims don't believe in this bullshit. Like, do failed Muslim women with resentment for their fathers believe in this? Sure, okay. Do some gay Muslim men, when I say gay, I mean not very masculine and just like kind of like confused and misled Muslim men, do they believe in this? Sure, yeah, they do. But like on a general population level, they don't really believe that. So I think Muslims have a more traditionally intact expectation of gender norms than white people do, and I don't like that. Not because I hate Muslims, but because I love my own people. Because I love white people. Because I'm white. Because I'm English. And I don't like seeing English people being so shit at taking care of their own families and maintaining their own legacies and their own families. Because we used to be conquerors. We used to rule so much of the world. We were so powerful and successful. And now we're a bunch of fucking retarded morons who can't even maintain our own families. And people from far less accomplished nations mock us. And it's not right. I don't like it. You know, but
They call you gay.
He called me gay, exactly. I'm not gay, but this is bullshit I have to deal with now, right? It's like, what are you gonna do, man? Like, I'm just one guy, right? Like, I can't. I'm not responsible for it. I can't change it. I just have my one opinion, and it, and it is what it is. Oh shit. Oh, what are you gonna do? I can't make other people not gay. Okay, I can't go around and be like, you stop being gay. Okay,
There's an interview. It's really funny. It's some kind of African interview where a guy's asking someone.
Yeah, that was. I've seen that. That was really funny. He was like, "What are you gay?" He's like, "What are you gay, sir? What are you gay? What?" He's like,
"Why should someone be gay?"
He's like very intellectually challenging for him. He's like, so you're telling me you are gay? Why are you gay? And he's
I have the same question, why? Like, what's wrong with women? Like, they're so hot. Like, why would you not fuck a woman? Does that make any goddamn sense?
Why do you not like pussy, sir? The pussy is right. The pussy is there. You don't want to fuck the pussy. Okay. Why? You're maybe on a bad mood. Like, we want to understand. Why is this offensive to you? Like, the world is. I don't have the answers to everything. I just have my observations, my speculations, my weird mind. That's all I have, man. I don't know everything. I don't think I'm right about everything. Yeah, man. It's just that's what it is. It's literally what it is. And you know what? People always come to me and they question me like I know everything. They think I know everything. They're like, "You seem smart. You seem like a smart guy. You read a lot of books. You're wise. Blah blah blah. Tell me about this." It's like, why do you think I'm like? I'm also wrong about things. Just because you think I'm smart doesn't mean I'm right about. I'm not like God. I'm not Muhammad. I'm not Jesus. I don't know. I'm not your prophet. I'm human being. I'm wrong about stuff too. Like it's very foolish of you and incorrect of you to think that I just know everything, because I don't. And I don't pretend to. I've been on Twitter for like 10 years. I mean, this account is like, what, 5 or 6 years? But like, really, it's like 10 years because the old account, is not there now. But it's like 10 years, but you can see back like 5 or 6 years. You can go read all the shit. I never say I know everything. I just give my own personal opinions. And people are like, they think, oh, because you're smarter, they think if you're smarter than them, you know everything. No, I don't know everything. And I don't want you to think I know everything, because I don't want to be responsible for your worldview, quite frankly. I don't want to be the reason you believe anything. I want you to come to your own conclusions, and I want you to think for yourself. I don't mind being challenged. If you want to ask me my opinion on something, I will give you my opinion. If you want to ask for my view, I will give you my view. Doesn't mean I think that my view, even if I'm very passionate about my view and I believe my view, that doesn't mean that I believe everybody should have it. Like, I feel like this is a very hard thing for some people well, most people to understand. Just because I passionately believe that, and just because I think in that way, doesn't mean you have to because you like me, and doesn't mean I'm responsible for you if the way you think is wrong because you agreed with me. People don't get that shit. They don't. I don't. At the end of the day, I don't want to be responsible for random people I don't even know because they liked some random thing I said. They're like, "Oh, you said this thing online, and that was cool, and I agreed with that." It's like, okay, cool. Why am I okay? Let's say it was wrong, because I'm not right at everything. Let's say it was wrong, and you were wrong, and you got into trouble because you agreed with me and I was wrong. Why am I responsible for you now? Why is that my problem? You're trying to make your incorrect adoption of my values and beliefs my problem. I didn't even know you. I don't even know your name. I don't know your family. I don't know where you're from. But now it's my problem because you agree. Like, it's bullshit. This is one of the things I hate about like parasocial online bullshit. People read your shit for a while and they think that like you're their guy and whatever. And that can be kind of nice. People send you nice messages and whatever. But I don't want to be responsible for people's politics and bullshit. It's just like these are my views. Okay, take it or leave it. I'm not trying to control you. I'm not saying you must believe this or must think this. I'm just kind of weird. These are my kind of weird views. You can think about it. And now it's up to you to decide what you think about that. And that's it.
I think what happens to people is that, for example, right, someone is struggling with something basic, right? And you help them solve the problem, okay? But then you also help them solve like a medium level problem, and then you help them solve like a hard level problem. And because your advices work for them repeatedly, they tend to believe that anything you say will work for them. It's kind of like this, where like if Einstein made like a bunch of like very useful, accurate things, but then he releases something that you can't understand, you just assume he's right.
You shouldn't do that. That's a bad assumption. If you cannot check what you're comparing against, like you're taking it on faith. You're saying, because this person helped me before, even though I don't understand what they're saying now, then what they're saying must be correct because all the previous things they said are correct. But what if they deliberately told, I don't do this, all right, let's take on the least faith possible. Let's say someone deliberately told you the truth in as many instances as you could conceive as possible to win your trust, and then deliberately deceived you in a more complex way that you could not check or compare against. So because you didn't understand it, you said, well, they were right all the times before, so they must be right now, therefore I will trust them. They have won your trust on something you don't understand, and you're supporting something you don't understand, and they're working against you. You shouldn't do that. And this is the thing. There's like a minimum. Again, I'm not trying to be pretentious, but there's like a minimum IQ for the people who follow me, right? Like if you're kind of dumb, you'll just believe everything I say, even if I don't want you to. You'll just be like, well, this guy's smarter than me, so you can believe everything he says. Well, I don't want people to believe everything I say. I like being challenged, but I like being challenged in a meaningful way, not in a bullshit way. I don't need some feminist fucking idiot being like, oh, gender equality, blah, blah, blah. And I have to repeat like,
see, that's the thing, a challenge has to be like, where you give someone like a rational counter argument. What actually happens is that you just get told that you're this label, and now everything you say is dismissible. It's like, this guy is racist. Everything he says is automatically bullshit because I said he's racist. or sexist or whatever, misogynistic, and then I can ignore what he said, and now I'm right because I called him a misogynist, and I'm superior to him morally and intellectually and what have you. Anything this guy says isn't even worth thinking about because he's a misogynist. Fuck him, he's a misogynist.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. Most Western women are like charity. Like, if I talk to them, it's like the fathers failed them. They didn't teach them like the right things about life, and it's like, do I want to spend all this time and energy deprogramming their nonsense? Not really. This is like, I could spend, like, why are you special enough as a woman that I should spend tens, probably more than tens, hundreds, if not thousands of hours of my intelligence and energy as a man, not only convincing you, but conditioning you as to why your views are wrong and to why you should behave in another way, and for you to feel good about that. That's a high energy and
You don't need to do
intelligence
that.
person for me.
You don't need to do that. I'll tell you what. There are a lot of women I've dated who've called me sexist, and the only thing I've said to them is that I'm the king of sexism.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
as sexist as they come, and they will just accept it. Like, I've never had a woman who had like a big problem with that. I mean, if they
yeah.
did, then this didn't date me. But they will eventually just accept the fact that you're sexist. Like, that's it.
They
They
do,
can't do
yeah.
shit about it,
Mm.
and they'll just come to eventually, as they like you more and more, they will adopt your worldview. You don't have to do anything for it. It happens by itself, where the woman will just start believing what you believe.
Yeah.
Like, she'll start copying your words and start copying your faces. She'll just copy your belief system.
Yeah.
But you gotta stand by your belief system. You can't be like, this is why I'm not sexist. That doesn't work. You're not gonna win that argument. Like, I
No,
am
no,
sexist.
no,
Then fuck you.
no.
Like,
Yeah, no, I wouldn't try to justify. I wouldn't try to appeal to their biases. I'd be like, "You're wrong." Like, the thing, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know how to put it to you. It's almost like, why do I have to explain this to you? Like, why? It's like telling someone why leaves are green. It's like, you should just like this. And I know you do, but you need someone to tell. Like, it's just bullshit. It's like, why should I have to tell you why you like the thing you like? It's like retarded shit.
it's a one-time investment, man. It makes your relationships better.
I've had multiple men try to convince me recently. They're like, you are very good at leading women, and you should not try to not lead women, and this is why. And they tell me, and it's like, it's like, I understand women so well. I'm not willing to deal with a high level of female bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like, if you understand something well enough, you know what to expect from it. You know what's acceptable and what isn't.
See, if you're constantly switching women, like every 4 months you're dating a new woman and trying to correct it, I would get it. But if you have a stable woman, like one woman, say she's like a long-term girlfriend or a wife, it absolutely is worth it to teach her properly.
Yeah.
And it's not that it's not that much work. Like, you make it sound like it's a lot of work, like, they're really annoying, but it's not that, at least in my experience, it's not been this way.
I
It
think
isn't that
Indian
hard.
chicks are probably less annoying than Western chicks. Probably because
Probably, but
Indian chicks actually know the name of their father and actually spend some little bit of time with him, whereas Western women spend no time with their father, and if they do, he's probably gay, as you like to say. They doing a little bit of ass fun. and not
But
being a
still,
real
though,
man.
like there's like 20 million women in the UK. There's got to be good women there too.
Oh, I mean, it's not like they don't exist, but it's like what percentage of the population are they? The majority? For sure, not the majority. Not the majority. Now, am I able to attract the minority? Yes. Me specifically, sure, probably. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I could spend enough time and energy,
No,
and
not just you. I mean, think of it as a guy's mindset. For example, someone out there. Now, I see a lot of guys. They get very discouraged by the online conversation that there's no good women out there. All women are whores.
that's
But
wrong. That's wrong.
yeah,
That's wrong.
but really,
There are good women, but
there are good women out there.
you must realize there are good women. You must realize the limits of good women. That's the thing. Good women do exist, but you must realize the difference between a good woman and a bad woman, and you must not think a good woman is like morally infallible. A good woman, let me put it to you this way: a good woman will take a shit on you and not give a fuck about you if she loses respect for you. That's a good woman. She won't exploit you. She won't use you for your money or whatever. But if you are in love with a good woman and the good woman does not respect you, she will take a big fucking shit on you and you will feel like shit. And that's a good woman. That's not even a bad woman. That's a good woman. So you have to understand the difference between a good woman and a bad woman. As a man, as a fucking you need to know this shit. And if you've never been heartbroken as a man, if you don't have you haven't had many relationships or whatever as a man, this shit's going to surprise you. You're going to like a woman a lot, and you're not going to be ruthless enough, and then because you like her so much, you're not ruthless enough, and she's going to lose respect for you, and she's going to treat you like shit, and then you're going to be in a bad outcome. So what I'm saying to you is, what I'm trying to say to you, not just to you, but to anyone who's going to listen to this, is that whether a woman is bad or good is irrelevant in so much as women only respect men who are more ruthless than they are. Now, does that mean you need to be a cruel tyrant who has zero compassion for her and doesn't care about her and doesn't listen to her? No, it doesn't mean those things. Well, what it means is you need to be ferocious enough that she cares enough about you when you're not ferocious. Because if you're not, she will disappoint you and fail you in your weakest moments. And that's woman for you. Women don't give a shit about male compassion, about male vulnerability. They don't give a shit about male humanity. Women don't care about our humanity, our compassion, our vulnerability. They don't care about these things. They say they do, but they're liars. They lie. They're liars because they lie to themselves. They care about these things when they think we're powerful and superior to them, and we had a bad 2 seconds, and they're like, "Oh, my king, he was distracted for like 3 seconds, and I will help him, and oh, my poor boy, and I will kiss his head, and I will kiss his feet, and I will make his food, and yada yada yada." Yeah, that's because she still retains respect for you. But if she loses respect for you, if she truly thinks you're a loser, she truly believes that because you really seriously, significantly got hit in your soul. No, she won't stand by you. She'll fucking betray you because she thinks you're a weakling. And when a woman thinks you're a weakling, do you know what she does? She puts herself first, not you. She doesn't stand by you. She doesn't support you. She sees you as a liability, even though women are a liability to us most of the time. In our weakest moments, when they see us as liability, they hang us out to dry and they fucking try and prepare our replacement. That's what they do. So you can never, ever, ever lose her respect in any fucking context ever. No matter what, I don't care if you're Indian, if you're fucking English, if you're Chinese, whatever, I don't care what culture you're from, whatever. This is true of all men and all women everywhere. You can never, ever lose a woman's respect, because if you lose her respect and you're struggling in life, the probability she betrays you and fucks you over is extremely high. And you know who won't betray you in those moments? when you are the weakest, when you are the least profitable, when you're finding life the hardest, the men who you consider your friends that you don't want to share your weakness with because you think they will look down on you. You think, oh, I'll look bad to my boys. I don't want to look bad to him. He is more likely to be loyal to you than your own woman. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, you're like your friend. If a man is your friend, right? He's your friend because he likes you. Your woman is with you. Why? Because she thinks you are useful, because you are from a good family, you have good genetics. Your friend is your friend because he likes you. Why is your woman with you? Not because maybe she does like you, but that's not the main reason. She has a reason beyond she has a reason beyond liking you for being with you, a more pragmatic reason. She gains utility from you, right? But your male friend doesn't. Your male friend will be more loyal to you, even in your weakest moments. He will stand up for you. He will protect you. If you have a woman like that, good for you. Very good for you. Men all over the world are envious of you, but I'm saying most men, they sadly do not have that shit. Women are loyal to strength and nothing else. So if you are losing money, if your testosterone is declining, whatever bullshit it is that you have, that you're struggling with, your woman's probably going to fuck you over. Unless you are in a very conservative family, you're a very conservative society, and her family is very strict with her, and she says, no, you must stay with him. You made a pact, and you have these very strict conservative social. Okay, that's very different. Then this can override the instincts, and it can make her stay with you, and you can work through it, and you can win, and then she will admire you again once you get over your bullshit. That's fair enough. But if you don't have that, if you do not have this social, like we don't have that in the West, if you don't have that, good luck. And good luck, because that's not how it's going to go for you.
You know what you said is so interesting, that what you said is literally in our scriptures, in the Hindu scriptures. I'm going to quote from the Ramayana, okay? This is like a direct quote from the Ramayana. And I'm going to, so this is from the Valmiki Ramayana, translated by Vivek Devroy, and page number 28, right? Chapter 3:12. Since creation, the natural trait of women is to be devoted in times of prosperity and to forsake in times of adversity. They are as fickle as lightning and as sharp as a weapon, quick to follow those in prosperity. So what you're saying is like, it's been like in the books of Hinduism for five, 6,000 years now.
It's in every culture. It's in ancient Hinduism, ancient Islam, ancient Christianity. All the ancient men are based. They know the way of women, and they put it in the books. They're like, this is how the bitches are. You know, they just know. They're like, listen, okay, this is the fucking shit. You need to listen to us. This is what is gonna happen, and good luck.
The thing is that with the fact that this stuff was true 5,000 years ago, and we're still dealing with it, we're still talking about it.
Human
Isn't that
nature
fucking insane? Is that fucking insane? Like 5,000 years ago,
human
these
nature
guys
does
thought
not
it was
change
so
that much.
important. They wrote about it in their religion. It was so important that they put it out there. Like they put it specifically in the religion. Like, please remember this. And people are still suffering by not knowing it.
Yes, and that's human nature does not change quickly. Human nature now has changed very little from human nature to 3,000 years ago. The technology's changed, the culture's changed, but have our instincts changed? Not really. Humans change very slowly, but our culture and technology changes very quickly. And we think because our culture and our technology changes quickly, that our instincts change quickly, but that's wrong. And you can appeal to people's instincts and use that to leverage them and to bring them on side. Like the fact the Bible, the Quran, even like the Bhagavad Gita, whatever the fuck, Indian epics, they said these are very old books, right? And they're still true. is still correct. Like, you don't read this and think, oh, the stupid ancient people, this was true for them, but it's not true for me. You're like, shit, this is still fucking happening now. Like, these motherfuckers died thousands of years ago, and they're saying stuff that is helpful to me now.
Now.
Like, what the fuck, right? Like, you're like, how is that even possible? It's because humans don't change that much. We are predictable. We are a predictable species.
Yeah, kind of why it's so good to study history and to study these
And so,
older books. I think that it's very useful. But on that note, I think that we're gonna end this podcast because it's 2 a.m. here. 4.5 hours is a long podcast.
yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll get some very interesting feedback on this one, and
Yeah, we're gonna get people complaining about how long the nuclear weapons discussion is.
I mean, whatever. Fuck them.
This isn't like a podcast. We typically just have conversations. We're just recording them now.
I don't even think of it as a podcast. I just think of it as a discussion with someone I like talking to that we allowed other people to listen to. That's how I think of it.
Yep, same here, man. So I'm gonna end the recording now. And one sec.
Right.
See you guys. Leave a subscribe, follow wherever you're listening. Have a good day. Bye.